As the vice chair of this commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 12:04 p.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube at www.youtube.com/MICH/SOS office/videos. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find the link for viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those transcriptions will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location by stating county, city, township, or village and the state from which you're attending. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you very much. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view
Apologies, Madam Chair. Commissioner Weiss, can you state your location, please?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I kind of made a mistake this morning. Yes, I'm in Saginaw Township in Saginaw, Michigan. And just for a little bit for the record, I have to leave probably about 1:15. I have an eye appointment at the doctor's. So I want to tell you that up front right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you.
All right. For the remainder of the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would approve a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Rothhorn, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion carries. The agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. 1 second. Okay. With individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 2 minutes to address the conclusion. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1. You are now invited to address the commission.
Good morning, Madam Co-Chair. My name is Sarah Howard. I'm an attorney here on behalf of the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. Thank you for having me again here during the public comment today. It's nice to see all of you again. I've come today to again express our appreciation for the work that you're doing here. We support the work of this commission, and we are very hopeful for a fair map that results from this process. As you know, it's our belief that there's a number of ways to come to a fair map that complies with the law and all of the 7 criteria that you're required to look at. But it's our strong belief that that process has to include looking at all of those criteria and being intentional about all of them, in particular, the partisan data during the process of drawing the maps. We believe that the most important missions of this commission is that the commission finishes on time with a fair map, that there's a public appearance of a fair result so that the public has confidence in the work that you are doing. And actually getting a fair and nonpartisan outcome from the maps that you are drawing. It's our view that all of those things can only be accomplished by intentionally looking at all of the facts and all of the factors as you go along. To the extent it's done later, if you try to fix issues that exist with one or more of the criteria after you've drawn all the maps, there will only be questions from the public about why those changes were made. Any side that's disfavored will cry foul at that point. And it will destroy not only the ability to get a fair and nonpartisan outcome, but it will destroy public confidence in the result, neither of which we want to see. We want the commission to be successful in the result that it draws for Michigan citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to address the commission. Individuals, that concludes our in-person public comment today. So individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public comment to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on a phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your last name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period during a later hearing or meeting. So you will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Jamie Lyons-Edie. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
My name is Jamie Lyons-Edie, and I submitted a longer version of these comments into the portal. I was a volunteer myself when I organized 4,000 volunteers to circulate the petition to end gerrymandering in Michigan. The idea of a group of real Michiganders working across political divisions to draw fair maps inspired thousands of people to stand outside collecting signatures in the heat and in the cold for hours on end, week after week. All of us at Voters Not Politicians, including those thousands of volunteers, plus the millions of Michiganders who voted for fair redistricting, are all out here cheering you on and are deeply invested in your success. In so many states, district maps are being manipulated behind closed doors by politicians and partisan operatives working for their own benefit. And we are so glad to have you standing up for us instead. So of course, there are 13 of you tasked with representing all of us. If you take the 10,077,331 people in the state of Michigan and you divide that by 13, that means each of you represents 775,180 people. Each and every one of your voices is extremely important. First, because you each have your own different experiences and backgrounds and communities, but also because each one of you represents more than 750,000 of us. That's why it's so important that each of you dig into every aspect of the process and make your voice heard. As you get to work on the map drawing process, which may be challenging or even contentious at times, I want to thank each one of you for your commitment to collaboration and impartiality, for speaking up for more than 775,000 people who are not there to speak for themselves, and for your historic service to the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to address the commission is Mr. James Gallant. Please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Mr. Gallant.
Okay, this is James Gallant with the Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And now concerning our conversations about the rules of procedure and Robert's Rules of Order, I hope that the Fair Maps folks and the last speaker would be considering that, you know, what would you think the reason that why a suicide prevention guy would be here in the first place? You know, why am I talking about rules with you? Well, first of all, it's the voters' expectations that the rules that were provided to you by Secretary of State Benson, the Robert's Rules of Order, will be followed. And what I found is that generally inconsistencies in life increases the risk for suicidal behavior, generally. And so Robert's Rules of Order provides that consistency for our country and for our children. And if you follow the framework and the tools that have been provided to you by the Secretary of State, of course. And the children have to navigate these inconsistencies all day, every day. It causes toxic stress and anxiety and depression in their lives. And this commission is contributing to that by not following the rules as they've been provided. Now, the immediately pending question thing in Robert's Rules of Order is what provides that consistency. You make a motion, you second it, you know what you're talking about. It's already an exercise in immediate collaboration. According to Webster's dictionary, there's 3 kinds of collaboration. And the third kind is what you do, which is like a library in an intermediate school district would collaborate to provide literacy services in the community. They do it separately, but they're both doing the same thing. Just like you commissioners own the maps while
Mr.
you
Gallant,
have the
can you
floor.
hold on just one moment? We're having audio issues. Please give us a moment. I will pause your time for you, and you can resume
Okay,
when
thank
we fix the audio issues in the room.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Gallant, you're free to resume. You have 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you. Well, as I was saying, it appears that your sidebar interpretation of the rules of procedure, which is explained in the transcripts from January 30th of 2021 about hearing no objections is a form of voting. You see, that clearly helps the Democratic Party and detrimental to the Republican Party because you used it separately for Commissioner Eade. Hearing no objections supported his position. Commissioner Clark, oh, we have no support for your position and your recommendation, so you lose. So she did it both ways. Commissioner Zepeda bullied everybody into both ways on the same rule. She goes both ways. But, you know, that's okay. But not on the rules. The rules are supposed to be motion second, discussion vote, Robert's rules every time, period, in America. And this is not a collaborative, immediately collaborative process you're doing here. You're trying to change.
Thank you for
and make it up
addressing
on
the
the
commission, Mr. Gallant. Next in line to provide public comment is Judy Daubermeyer.
For the purposes of the public record, that participant is not present.
Thank you very much. We will move on to Abby Clark.
Hi, it skipped out, so I don't know if I got called on.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name is Abby Clark, and I am a Michigan citizen who is very grateful for the opportunity to address the commission while you're doing the unbelievably important and difficult mapping work that you're doing right now. I wanted to comment because the job you have been given is so difficult and challenging, and I am getting nervous about the time since the extension wasn't granted. As I watch you draw the maps, I'm particularly concerned that I've been fortunate enough to see you give trainings about your work. And I know that you have criteria that the Constitution says you have to adhere to in order. And I've noticed that while you draw the maps, you do use the sixth item, which is county and township and municipal boundaries, but you're not looking at the third and fourth criteria while you're drawing the maps generally. And it makes me concerned that there won't be enough time to go back, because what if there is an issue with COIs and partisan fairness after the fact? It doesn't seem like there's enough time to redo districting on the timeline that you have, especially because you haven't even gotten into Metro Detroit yet, and so many of the communities of interest and population density and line drawing has to be done there. So I just wanted to give comment to encourage you to take a hard look at the schedule and your own criteria in order as you draw, so that we can see that those things are being factored in real time and that nothing will have to be redone, and the citizens of Michigan can have confidence that you're factoring in all those items and not leaving them aside and putting other things ahead of them that are in that order in the criteria.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that the first opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment has concluded without objection, we will now hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide the second 2-minute public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide remote live public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
1 second, Mr. Gallant. Do we have a second in-person public comment? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead, Mr. Gallant.
All right, thank you. This is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, is my opinion. And as we were just conversing about was the fact that you have no motions and seconds pending here. Every map is supposed to be individual. You motion to approve the map. You get to the end of the day, you motion to postpone, pick it up next time at the next meeting. That is why Commissioner Eid was so confused about what we were going to vote on. All of a sudden, when Commissioner Clark wanted to vote, oh, no, we're not going to finalize the maps. Well, he was confused, and it is in the introduction of the previous edition, 2011 edition of Robert's Rules of Order. In the introduction at the beginning of the book, it states very clearly that the biggest reason for confusion at meetings is that the people don't know what they're going to vote on next. So Commissioner Clark he didn't understand either. He thought he was going to slip right in there and approve his map. And that's what's going to happen now. You're going to have 20, 30, you have all the maps rolling all at the same time in different configurations and different phases. And your staff can't even keep who's next on the roll call vote. Remember, the attorney wasn't keeping track. Nobody, who's next? Who's next here? Secretary of State Benson knows. Maybe she's not here. She's MIA. She is required to be here, the secretary, without a vote. And I noticed that Sally Marsh in January stated on the record that the Department of State is the secretary without a vote. She didn't say the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State was there. I mean, apparently. So this has all been confused. And I suggest you go right back to the beginning. You start at the beginning, and you get your litigation lawyer to write a report. You didn't follow the rules, and you're not following the rules. And so this is going to be the litigation. You didn't approve the rules of procedure according to the rules. You have to use the rules effectively to change the rules. You have to start with a codification of the Roberts Rules at the beginning, which Mr. Brady stated very clearly. You must follow the Roberts Rules. But they didn't really put that to you. What is Robert's Rules? And your attorney now stated on the record that she created her draft rules of procedure by current practices and watched the video.
Thank you for
of what
addressing
you-
the commission, Mr. Gallant. At this time, it's my understanding we have a second in-person public commentary, so we're going to pop back to the in-person. Same rules as before. You'll have 2 minutes. Please feel free to address the commission.
Good morning, Amen. Good morning again. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the commission for a second 2 minutes. My name, of course, is Sarah Howard. I'm an attorney for the Fair Maps Project from the AFL-CIO. It's important, I think, to look at an example from the set of maps that this commission has just drawn. You spent a great deal of time and made a great deal of effort on the Southeast Michigan section that you just completed. In that population, according to partisan data, it ran in the last 10 years about 52% Democratic voters, 48% Republican voters, or 53-47, depending on the year. But those Senate districts in the same period were consistently held 5-2 Republican to Democrats under the prior intentional gerrymander. Now, without even trying, without looking sufficiently at the partisan data, the maps that were just drawn by the commission came to this same result as the intentional gerrymander. They are going to result in a 5-2 Republican to Democrat seat assignment based on the voting population numbers that we know exist. Based on the voting population numbers in those areas, those seats should typically come out 4-3 Democrat to Republican if they accurately reflected the partisan preferences of those voters in the average year. If you pack urban and rural areas together, if you crack suburban areas, all of that's going to violate communities of interest also. And it leads to an unintentional partisan gerrymander, which is what we know you're trying to avoid. But without being intentional about looking at all of the criteria, including partisanship data, you can't come up with that. There's many ways to get to fair maps. Our proposal is only one way, but there's no way to do it without looking at the data of partisanship. Thank you again so much to all of you for your service. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That will conclude our public comment for this afternoon. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and the commissioners also review the public comment portal on www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so, and we invite people to keep sharing their thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Without objection, I'd like to move on to unfinished business agenda item 5A, review of the maps drafted for the Northeast, Northwest, and Upper Peninsula regions and any alternative proposed maps. So at this point, we're just sort of pausing to see if anybody has any comments, concerns, feedback they want to provide about what we've done to date. Okay, seeing none, we're just going to move on with our next item on the agenda. Did you have a comment, Commissioner Rothorn?
Yeah, sorry, I was listening to the feedback. Sorry. Yeah, so I guess, so this seems like this is the part where we have to somehow figure out, like, right, is there feedback or is it just me?
No, there's definitely feedback. It's
Okay.
like playing back what I just said like 2 minutes ago.
Okay, sorry about that. What I'm thinking about is how we do this, right? That it feels like there was public comment over the weekend that I read, right? We got comment on how we drew some of the maps, and it feels like now, I'm not sure if now is the right time to do it, but that's what I'm at. Like, I don't want to not comment or not, I don't want this opportunity to go by without sort of figuring out if we use this time to revise our maps, or should we, yeah, will that come at a different time? Do we know yet? Yeah, so.
Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Witches.
I feel like we know we'll have to go back and revisit, and we did get comments as well as previous public comment about the areas, but I don't feel like we have all the information yet. We don't have the political data or the racial data yet at our disposal to revisit everything, I think.
Commissioner Witches.
I would tend to disagree. I would say that if this would be a prime time if we have a whole bunch of public comments come in through the portal discussing what it is that we did the day before, or even a couple days prior. Now would be, and if it was actually addressed and read and looked at, if you have something, feel free to bring it up. That's a whole part of the reflection process, in my opinion.
Okay, I tend to agree with Commissioner Orton. I mean, we are coming back to do these maps at some point in the future because we just don't have the data that we need to follow all of our process. But certainly if someone has a comment at this point, feel free to go ahead with it. I mean, I don't think it has to be an either or. So if someone has some sort of specific change they would like to make or some comment, please feel free to bring it up. Otherwise, let's just move on. Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn.
Yes, I do think it's wise to have, I'll tend to wait, but I do want to acknowledge that there was some great public feedback and just want to keep that coming in. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So seeing no additional comments, let's move forward to new business item 6A, second round of public hearings. Without objection, I'd like to ask Communications and Outreach Director Edward Woods III to make a presentation. And before he proceeds, I'd also like to indicate that our chair, Commissioner Kellum, has arrived, and I will continue to chair until she has a few moments to set up and get settled. Commissioner E, did you have a comment or question?
Yes, on the last part of business. Is that okay?
On the what?
On the last part of business?
Sure.
I gotta say, I have to agree with Commissioner Witches. My confusion lies with when are we gonna start using these other measures of data? Because we have the heat maps now from the community of interest. We got that on Thursday or Friday. And I believe we do have some political data that we can start using. It's just a question of, are we going to move forward throughout this whole process with population and then come revisit it with the other criteria? If that's what we're going to do, then sure, that could work. But the other option is to, like Commissioner Witches said, to review it in the time we have allotted now. So if someone could clear up that confusion for me, I would appreciate it.
Well, I think the intention, according to our mapping process, and Executive Director, feel free to weigh in on this because I saw you raise your hand over there, was that we were going to start with the equal population, do that first, and then go back to focus on communities of interest, which is our number 3. And then at that time, look at the other considerations as well, the political. And my understanding is the software does not still have that fully incorporated yet, so we can't conduct that analysis yet anyway. That is my understanding. Executive Director, did you have something to add?
That is correct. I've been informed this morning that the COI overlay by EDS, that they have imported the information from MGGG and have it now incorporated into the software, which needs to be uploaded to our mappers computers. So we're very close, and hopefully then tomorrow we can start incorporating communities of interest based on the mapping process. So we'll go back and catch the areas that we haven't been able to do up until now because we did not have that data overlay.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Also, for the benefit of the commission, the racial block voting analysis will be presented to you this Thursday from Dr. Handley. And as a reminder for partisan fairness, the 3 measures that the software is going to review, that's on a statewide level. That's how you test for symmetry. So those, again, it's a natural progression through this process.
Commissioner Witches.
Just going back to that, unfortunately, I would say we have 30 minutes here to review and go over things that we drafted last week. I don't see what the difference is with having someone have proposed an act and bringing it up, or us looking at what we did do and see if there's any revisions to make. We have 30 minutes allotted to this, and to brush it off in 30 seconds seems like the wrong thing to do. And unfortunately, I also feel that, and please don't take this the wrong way, but not doing it and just going, it's going to sound really weird to say this, just skipping off and saying, let's move on to new business and not look at it. It seems kind of like a unilateral decision to me.
So I would say that people have different ways of working and different ways of processing things. And I understand there is a desire, it seems, on the part of Commissioner Eid and Commissioner Witches to do a deeper dive at this point. You were given an opportunity to do that and you didn't actually bring anything up. So now we're kind of going back up the agenda after we just moved on. But I mean, I would say the same thing I said 5 minutes ago. If you have something you want to bring up, bring it up. When I asked you that 5 minutes ago, you didn't bring up anything. So we moved on. If you want to do that, go ahead. It doesn't seem that there is a interest at this point from the rest of the commission. It doesn't seem like anyone else wants to bring anything up. But if you want to bring something up, knock yourselves out. No one's stopping you. Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn.
I do like the idea of moving on because I am concerned that we get to 4 and 5, the partisanship. We've gotten public comment that says stick to the criteria, follow the criteria, don't skip to 6 and 7. Frankly, we have to get to 3. And so it does feel like, hey, let's wait till we get to 3. Let's make sure we're doing our homework. But I would, suggest that it's okay to move on. We have moved on. And I do think that we'll be able to get there, like revise it, but it's individuals and doing our homework and not getting to the partisanship until we get after we get to the number 3.
Well, and I think as General Counsel has indicated, we can't actually analyze the partisanship until we have the rest of the maps drawn, because you need all of the districts to do that analysis. Because it's a statewide evaluation. All right, so going back to our new business, let's move forward to new business. Item 6A, second round of public hearings without objection. I'd like to ask our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III, to make a presentation. Mr. Woods, please proceed.
Can you hear me? Oops. I want to talk a little bit about the second round of public hearings. You received a presentation last night, a PowerPoint presentation, and want to have the ability to go over it with the commission so there's a clear understanding of what's happening. So we have enough lead time for publicity. Thank the commission in advance for approving some of our contracts earlier. And now we're just trying to get into the nuts and bolts so that we can authorize our executive director to sign the contracts as we go throughout our negotiations. Does everyone have the copy of the presentation that they received last night? Okay, great. And it will also come up on the screen quite shortly as well. For our second round of public hearings, we're looking at the following locations. These spots have been reserved, but contracts have not been signed. And so we want to get moving. Location on Monday, October 11th is the Dort Center in Flint. The location on Tuesday, October 12th is the Treetop Resorts in Gaylord. The location on Thursday, October 14th is Northern Michigan University in Marquette. On Monday, October 18th, we're looking at the Amway Grand Plaza Hotel in Grand Rapids. On Tuesday, October 19th, we're looking at the Radisson Plaza Hotel at Kalamazoo Center. On Thursday, October 21st, we're looking at the Lansing Center in Lansing. Monday, October 25th, the Macomb Community College will be at the John Lewis Conference Center in Warren. On Tuesday, October 26th, we're at Schoolcraft College in Livonia. And on Thursday, October 28th, we'll wind up at the TCF Center in Detroit. The public hearing draft schedule is we're going to ask the commissioners to arrive at the location at noon. Doors open at 12:30. We want to make sure we take the time like we did in the past to introduce ourselves and create that warm and friendly environment at each of the meetings from 1 to 3:30. You'll have a meeting where you debrief what you gleaned from the night before, and then also go into the public hearings. If you look at our times, 1 to 3:30 and 5 to 8, it accommodates different work schedules, whether you work first, second, or third shift, there's an opportunity for you to provide comment to the commission. We'll be doing a break at 3:30 to 5 o'clock p.m. And then there'll be a press conference that we'll have in front of the 5 o'clock news at that time. The doors open again a half an hour before the public hearing, so we'll ask that you be back to create that environment. And then we'll have the public hearing to 5 to 8. Obviously, if people have signed up, we will not end at a hard stop of 3:30 or 8. We'll wait till the last public comment is done. Usually in the past, we have stopped taking public comments an hour before the scheduled time. So at 1 to 3:30, we would stop at 2:30, and from 5 to 8, we would stop at 7. Public hearing schedule in terms of what would take place. We would have welcome and introductions by the host commissioner, call the meeting to order by the chairperson, why we are here by Sue Ann Hammersmith, our executive director. Public hearing would be Michigan residents. And those would either be in person or remote, because you can speak at any public hearing, not just where you're located at. And have acknowledgements by our executive director, Sue Ann Hammersmith, and then the adjournment by the chairperson. Host commissioners at each site for Flint, Commissioner Richard Weiss, Gaylord, Commissioner Stephen Lett, Marquette, Commissioner Janice Villette, Grand Rapids, Commissioner Rebecca Zatella, Kalamazoo, Commissioner Cynthia Orton, Lansing, Commissioner MC Rothhorn, Warren, Commissioner Anthony Eade, Livonia, Commissioner Doug Clark, and Detroit, Commissioner Brittany Callum. If you notice, we are trying to be balanced and fair. And so we have 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and the 5 independents. Changes from the first round. We'll have a public comment portal station where people can provide direct feedback regarding proposed districts at each site. So next to the registration area, you'll see a public comment portal station where laptops will be set up where people can instantaneously provide comment. If they have time or don't have time or want to provide it verbally, they can actually do it also at the station. And that will be staffed with our volunteers from the statewide organizations. Security will be based on the facility, but there'll now be 2 in the room, 1 by the registration area, 1 in the hallway, and 1 on the parking lot, depending on facility size. So we'll have the security that will be taking place, and then enhancements. We're going to seek ways to increase engagement and efficiency to maximize the public hearing experience. So we want to make sure that our screens can show the map so people can clearly see them. We want to make sure that the audio is great for the commissioners. That was a concern raised before. And then looking at our timing and scheduling, we want to make sure that there's an area if the commissioners need to eat or we need to have catering, that we can do that so that we can have a seamless process to maximize public engagement. So you'll be hearing about the enhancements as we move along. Kristen Taylor has already started working as of Friday in terms of doing that, but we want to make sure that we are maximizing the public experience in terms of public engagement as relates to the maps. So these are some of the changes from the first round as well. If there are any questions, I can take them, Madam Chairperson, at this time.
Are there any questions for Edward? MC?
Thanks, Edward. I appreciate this. And I just want to make sure with the enhancements that one of the things that we've done to enhance our public engagement was town halls. And I know that I'm looking at the schedule and I'm feeling like it's going to be tiring. And I want to make sure that we're somehow not going to do town halls. Or if we are going to do town halls, that we try to get them on the schedule as soon as possible so that it's clear which commissioners are going to do town halls in addition to the meetings and the public hearings. That's what I'm thinking about.
We're not after September, after September 30th, we're not really doing town halls unless they're on the schedule.
Wonderful.
And we have minimal. During that time, your responsibilities will be doing mainly radio interviews, op-eds, in terms of for consideration, and other things, but it would be more media related, not outreach related.
Wonderful.
The focus is to drive everyone to the public hearing. So everything, so that we can have it in the Open Meetings Act and on the record.
Commissioner Witches,
I just want to move that we approve the resolution in front of us for the second round of public hearings and locations.
motion made by Commissioner Witches, second made by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and second. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we've approved resolution 2021.08.22, second round of public hearings, locations, and logistics. Moving forward to new business item 6B, draft mapping of congressional districts. Without objection, I would like to ask Executive Director Hammersmith to facilitate discussion on this topic. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Good morning again, everyone. I wanted to have a little bit of discussion this morning. According to our mapping schedule, we were supposed to be in the UP and Northeast, Northwest Michigan, the tip of the mitten today. We did that work last week when we were in Traverse City. So the next items on the agenda were to map 2 congressional districts. I'm not sure that makes sense. Certainly we could start at the north and sweep to the south. Or the commission may want to wait to do congressional districts until we have the larger picture of what the state looks like. We have the racially polarized voting data, et cetera, so we know better how to sweep through the state to do those districts. It's your choice. It's your schedule that you adopted. You could either work on those 2 congressional districts today, one of the 2, or if you wish to move forward with mapping, we could start in the southwest area of the state, which we've been told is an area where we will not have to consider the racially polarized voting. So it's up to you to make that decision where you feel your time would be most productive today. But if you wish, we could start either with the congressional districts, or we can move into the southwest area and work on the Senate and House districts there.
You have a question, Executive Director, from Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, not a question, but a comment. I personally think that we're better off doing all the congressional districts at one time, rather than piecemeal it across the state. And one of the reasons is I think it brings us more continuity in doing the mapping. The other reason is we're going to get stuck and not be able to do Southeast Michigan until we hear back from our voting rights attorney and our the racial polarized voting analyst. So until we get a complete picture of all that data, I don't think it's to our benefit to start this and then have to start it, stop it, and then restart it. So I would suggest that we pick this up after we hear back from Bruce and Lisa on the complete data for the state. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Satella.
I don't have a particular preference either way. I think it's going to take us all of 2 seconds to draw the congressional district for the Upper Peninsula, because it's just going to come all the way across and down. But I'm fine with waiting as well. It's only 13 districts that we're drawing. And so I think, especially as we move through the state and we talk, because I even found so far, the discussions we've had so far with commissioners who have knowledge of those areas, in addition to the public comments we've received, have been very helpful in sort of conceptualizing where lines should be drawn for the different areas we've covered so far. And I think that those additional discussions will be helpful as well as we move into House districts and Senate districts in other areas of state. And that will all inform and lead into our drawing of congressional lines. So.
Any other thoughts or okay. Mhm. Commissioner Rothorn? Oh. Oh, Commissioner E, my apologies.
It is rather hard to do the congressional districts without knowing first how many VRA seats that we're gonna need to have. But then again, we also need that information because there are VRA seats. We're gonna have to also take into account VRA seats with the House and Senate districts, which is why we haven't done, Metro Detroit and Grand Rapids yet. And we're gonna get that information later this week, is what I heard earlier.
It's my understanding that that information has been produced by Fred Hijazi, who is the master of the Citygate Autobound Edge software. So they've integrated the communities of interest. Our mappers have not yet downloaded that, so they need an opportunity to download that and test it and make sure it all works well. And then as soon as that's available, we'll bring it to the commission and go back and work on communities of interest.
Okay, Commissioner Lang.
Can I put forward a motion that we skip the congressional that was on the agenda item, whatever item it was, and move to the Southwest House and Senate?
Second.
I will
Item
second
6.
that.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Lang, second made by Vice Chair Zatella. Is there any discussion or debate on the actual motion? Hearing none, all in favor of skipping or coming back to the congressional districts until we have more data and moving on to draft mapping item 6C under new business. Please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. At this point, we'll be moving on to new business 6C, draft mapping.
Madam Chairperson,
I'm sorry.
apologies.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry, can you please indicate your vote?
All in favor of, so we voted on, at this time, coming back to the congressional districts until we have more information, the data that we need. And at this time, doing the draft mapping for Southwest State House and Senate. So Michigan Department, you have to turn on your mic to indicate your vote.
Well, I said aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so the ayes have it. And at this time, we'll be moving to draft mapping, Southwest State House and Senate. Again, for the public watching, regions are not districts, but instead starter geographical regions for drafting, which are not bound by regional areas. I would like to ask Commissioner Zatella to continue facilitation for our draft mapping if she doesn't. Oh, you don't want to. You can say no. You can choose.
It's fine. I will take care of it. All right, so
Yeah.
so does anyone recall where we left off last week with what commissioner did we leave off with?
I believe we left off with Commissioner Lang, so we would proceed to Commissioner Lett.
Okay, so we will be moving on to Commissioner Lett. And I believe we're going to start with the Senate. So let's start with the state Senate for the Southwest region. Yes, Kent.
I have one question. Whether you start with an empty map or want to make a copy of the Southeast or South Central or something else and kind of add to that, or a combination, empty or reference?
Commissioner, or I've elevated you now, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, again, to Kent's point, you can start with a pre-existing mapping that you've done, or you could start with a blank plan and then see where the conflict is, because you may want to use population in one region and in the other, and that's a conflict that, you know, would be created. But if you put the other map up, then you're going to be constrained by that when you start. So that is something to consider.
Commissioner Orton, and then Commissioner Witches.
Go ahead.
I believe last week we started with a fresh map when we started working in the North and Upper Peninsula, so we should probably stick with that and do the same thing.
Also, if you wanted to reference that other map, you have copies of it. It's on the website. I can also bring it up as a shapefile, not as a district. So you can see the boundary without committing to using or not using that population.
Now, Commissioner Orton.
I would like that to be able to reference it. I think that would be helpful.
So are you, Commissioner Orton, wanting to start with a new map, or do you want to just work off of that map?
Well, like Dustin said, we should probably follow what we were doing. So I'm fine with fresh map, but I just think I would like to see it for reference so that we don't get ourselves in a
the
problem.
reference would be in the same way we put the regions up, even though the previous districting crosses the region. This would just be bringing the other plan up as an overlay.
Commissioner Witches.
We didn't do that last week either with bringing up an actual, another map showing where districts are. My only fear then is that they're going to be looking at those lines on the shapefile and creating another mental block for us saying, you know, we're not going to click here because it's going to be running a district that we already drew. What I envision happening is we starting with new maps for each time when we were drawing, and then at that point, put it all together and see what we need to make adjustments.
So just to clarify, when we did the Senate maps last week and we started in the lower part and then we did the upper regions, we did not draw that on the same map. We had two different maps.
That's correct. They were drawn on separate maps, completely starting from a blank map. To Commissioner Witches's point, however, there were no overlaps because you were in a completely different area of the state with the UP. But in this instance, there may be overlaps. And I guess what I would say is if you start with a blank map, you're doing your best effort in that region from a starting point of nothing being drawn, and then you can revisit the conflict a little bit later.
Commissioner Clark.
Based on your experience, John, which approach would you take?
Well, again, in the same way that the regions are not really meant to bind you, you've crossed the regions in many different places. At this stage, it's probably okay to just put your best foot forward, starting fresh from each region. You know where the conflict is going to be. You can look at the maps and say, well, you know, we already assigned that population to a different district. But it's probably a good idea to just see what you would do from this as a starting point. In the same way you just said that for the congressional districts, there's 13 districts, you're considering anyway doing them all at once. Here, you're doing each region and again, putting your best foot forward for each region and then seeing where they conflict and making informed decisions about the conflicts.
Madam Chairman, this is Kim Brace coming to you from Manassas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brace. Please go ahead.
Hello there. I would tend to conclude or confer with what John was just saying. It's better to be clean with each of your regions. And then as Commissioner Widget says, we can come back and we can look at them in totality when we get each of the regions done and see how we want to adjust those. By doing it that way, you have separate plans that kind of keep you for each day with what you have done. And that way we can provide stuff to Edward and to the website and everything else of what was the commission's activities on this day or that day.
Okay, thank you. Kent.
I guess I have to be contrary with my coworkers, only because I'm looking at the Senate and the Senate District number 3 in the Southeast is most of the Southwest region. So the minute you start on it, I mean, I'm looking at it. We all could look at it. It's there. That's all I'm saying. House districts is a little different. The House districts are pretty much contained in the previous regions. So when it comes to the Senate, I mean, it's just
Okay.
one option.
Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, and in that sense, basically you're drawing the same district. So Ken's right to point out that the Senate District 3 that was drawn in the South Central and Southeast goes a considerable distance all the way into Kalamazoo, which is the heart of one of the hearts of the Southwest. So if you come at this from the other direction, you're probably going to draw something very similar to District 3 that you already drew. You'll end up having the same population and you're going to have, roughly that same district paired with something else. And you'll basically have drawn a district that's overlapping but very similar.
General Counsel.
I wasn't going to weigh in, but I think we established very early on in the conversation that what the commission has been doing to date is starting blank in a region. So I would strongly recommend that you continue that practice moving forward in each of your regions, and then addressing the interesting overlaps or conflicts as your experts have indicated at that time.
Okay, so in the interest of moving us forward, what I would suggest at this point and what I would entertain is a motion that we do a roll call vote on radio wise, where we are choosing either to start with a blank map or choosing to work off of the map of the Senate from the Southeast region. Is someone willing to?
Oh, so moved.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn.
I was just gonna, I'm not sure we need to have a vote because I think it's the prerogative of the next person mapping, who would be Steve.
Okay, so it's the prerogative of Commissioner Lett then, as to which he prefers to do.
Who has been waiting very patiently, but yes. it
Okay,
would
well then
be
let's
in-
give it to Commissioner Lett. So I just want a decision to be made so we don't have to spend 20 minutes talking about this anymore.
Well, we have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion that has not been
We
seconded.
have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We have a motion on the floor.
But we don't have a second. So would you like to withdraw your
I'll
motion?
second it.
Okay, so now we have a motion with a second. All right, are there any object or discussion or debate on the motion? All right, well then let's go ahead and vote. And Department of State staff, I'm going to ask you to do a roll call vote. And this is going to be either you are starting with a new blank map or you are in favor of working off of the state Senate map from the Southeast region that we had previously drawn.
What, you
With a
only
yes
have
vote
one
indicate,
question
oh,
at a
apologies.
time. So let's do the blank map
Okay,
first.
do you want to start with a blank map?
So a yes vote would mean that you are in favor of starting with a blank map for the Southwest region.
That'd be correct.
Correct. Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call commissioners' names in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner. Oh, apologies, she's absent. Richard Weiss,
No.
Dustin Witches,
Yes.
Doug Clark,
No.
Juanita Curry,
No.
Anthony Eade,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
By a vote of 8 yeses to 4 noes, the motion carries.
Okay, so we will be starting with a entirely blank map, a Senate map, and we will be starting in the Southwest region with Commissioner Lett directing as to where those first lines are going to be drawn.
Okay, so I brought up a blank state Senate plan. And just for reference, these are the counties that are in the Southwest region: Berrien Branch, Calhoun, Cass, Kalamazoo, St. Joe, and Van Buren. And that put the county populations on as well. I can show that to you on a spreadsheet or just on the screen.
Screen's fine.
Okay.
This include all of Berrien County to start with?
Okay. Okay, so that's 154,000 and about
And-
58% of a seat.
Put Cass in.
Okay. 205, 205,000. It's down 59 to 88.
And put St. Joe in.
Okay. That's 266, 265.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Commissioner Ede?
Commissioner Lett, if I may, do we discuss what you drew now, or would that be appropriate? I just want to point out at our Kalamazoo public hearing, we had a number of individuals who gave testimony talking about specifically for a Senate district combining Cass County, Berrien County, and Van Buren County. Specifically, we had public speaker number 7, public speaker number 8, who specifically said not to include St. Joseph with those two. Number 13, number 28, number 30, number 40, number 46, and I think a few more. So could we, I don't want to change your district, but is that something we might, as a commission, want to talk about to see if we want to do that?
Go ahead.
I'd like to point out those three counties together would be 281,492 people, roughly 6 or 7% over.
Commissioner Orton.
There also have been public comments that Van Buren and Allegan counties should be together. So we have conflicting.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And I'm thinking about some of the comments that we've gotten related to the shoreline communities, and that St. Joe and Benton Harbor and up the coast may be where we want to, we may want to, I'm just thinking about that the urban areas, so the north part of Van Buren may be different and recognized differently than the south part, again, mostly because of that shoreline or that industry that is tourism and vacation. So third option.
Any other thoughts on this or for Steve or any suggestions? Commissioner Witches, you look like, yep. Commissioner Witches.
I'm curious, I'm not from the area. How different, well, that's going into the third criteria anyway, so it really doesn't matter. I was going to say, suggest a sliver, draw to like the townships that are next to the shoreline from like maybe half the county, so you get the shoreline district drawn, but I don't know if all the townships that are going to be further east would more align with not being next to the water or not. But then again, you'd have a district that's basically one long sliver going up to who knows. So it'd be like the first couple townships on the left, or the westmost side of Berrien, Van Buren, and Allegan, potentially, and even Ottawa County. And then their balance of those counties being their own separate district. I don't know how that would work, but that's something to potentially think about as well.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to a comment I made last week. I think we're better off dealing with the shoreline in the House rather than the Senate.
Commissioner Curry, did you have a comment? Was that your hand up? Commissioner Curry? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just coming back in and looking at this. So what was the thought process behind putting St. Joseph with Barron? Is that just population? It's just what? Population? Yeah, I am just concerned because I thought we had specific public comments from both those communities saying they did not want to be together. St. Joseph wanted to, because they're very rural. Benton Harbor has a significant minority population and they didn't want to be diluted by the inner regions. Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn.
I'm wondering if and we're also, when we were on the earlier map, we were looking at a border community, right? The Ohio, or I guess that's the Indiana border with Michigan. And just thinking that I wonder if we can sort of take Berrien, is it Berrien?
Yeah, Berrien, Benton Harbor, yeah.
Yep, so the northern tip of Berrien, I guess St. Joe and the townships around it, and sort of include, sort of from Bridgman and Berrien Springs south, like as part of the border community, if you will, and then from the top or the upper part, I'll say, when I said border community, what I mean is like a strip along the counties along the southern border, that those may be more identified with the borders that we've drawn, that border community, and then that the northern part of Berrien County may actually identify more with sort of the recreational. I don't remember if the community, if the public comment was specific about which, like, was Berrien County split? Or was it, I don't remember getting any like details. It's like Clinton County. We've also gotten like Clinton County shouldn't be, but there's actually portions of Clinton County that are more suburban and portions of Berrien. So I don't know if, yeah, my hunch is right now that it's not, I don't know if there's a good way to do it, but I do feel like the border community has been a large part of what we've gotten received public comment in shoreline community. And I agree with Commissioner Clark. It may not be that it's important for the Senate, and it may be harder, but I just recognize that when we did draw the house, we weren't able to get that, you know, and so every time we can try it, it feels like it's worth trying.
I would also just clarify when we're talking about this for the public. So there is a city of St. Joseph just south of Benton Harbor, and then there is St. Joseph Township. I just want to make sure that the public is clear that when we're talking about St. Joseph and Benton Harbor together, we're talking about those two cities. And when we're talking about St. Joseph Township being the inland rural community that asked to not be included with the shoreline, and the shoreline asked not to have the rural kind of farmers in their district. So I just want to make that clear because it is a little confusing. So Commissioner Clark.
Two comments. One is a point of reference. The Senate district that Steve drew is exactly the same as the current Senate district. So there's no change in that.
Commissioner Clark, 1 second. Department of State is like waving at me over there. So
Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. So let me repeat, the Senate district that Steve drew is the exact same dimensions as the current one. So there's no change in that. And the other point I wanted to make is we're over on numbers for this. I think how many people? 10,000?
No, sir, it's 0.62 right now, 1,651, 0.62% high.
Okay, which as far as we're over, I think is a benefit because we were short up north. So that begins to eat at that gap that we had, even though it's a small number. Because we do need to reduce that gap that we've got. So I wanted to make those 2 points, particularly the first one. I yield.
Commissioner Lett.
Hey, can you zoom out a little bit? Somewhat of, and Commissioner Clark said that this was the same district as it is currently. And while I've looked at those districts previously, I didn't look at them today. So kind of my thought process in going across the lower border with Ohio or Indiana was that the southwest corner, even on the coast, seems to be distinct from the upper part into Van Buren, Allegan, and Ottawa County. And I've looked at the comments also, and while I agree that the ones that Commissioner Eads cited certainly say that, I've also looked at others that don't say that. So that was kind of my impression of what I thought would be appropriate, would be to go across the border rather than up where we have more population. But I'm not married to it.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, as per my conversation and roll call, I need to leave for my doctor's appointment and I will be back as soon as possible, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you.
Commissioner Witches.
Would it be, since this is collaborative mapping, would it be appropriate to make a clone of this real quick and see if there's a way to include Van Buren Township? And then switch between the two, which we would like best or most or whatever?
I don't see any reason why not.
my suggestion would be to remove St. Joseph and add in Van Buren and carve out a piece of Van Buren Township.
Along
to include
Kalamazoo. Yeah.
Kalamazoo.
Yep. Commissioner Orton.
But then we had many comments putting Van Buren and Allegan together.
Well, we're not going to be able to put Van Buren and Allegan together in a Senate district. That's going to be over, oh, actually, no, we are. That's 200,000 people. You're right. I'm thinking 90, sorry. Thinking House. Commissioner Witches.
I mean, I'm not, as Commissioner Lett would say, I'm not married to the idea of adding in Van Buren or removing St. Joseph. Just a thought that I had.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is this is exactly what they have right now, and I don't think anyone was in favor of keeping exactly what they had right now. So, but I mean, we can also just move on and let the next person make changes. I think Commissioner Lang has her hand up as well.
I do. Just a couple of comments. If you do Van Buren and then start slicing off another county, we've had multiple comments about trying to keep townships, counties as whole as possible. So the idea of having to carve up one needlessly, I don't like that. Because out of all of our public comments, that seems to be the one comment that has gotten a lot. And then we did have a lot of comment about keeping the border counties to the border because they face different issues with competing with Indiana, Ohio, as you'd have it. So I don't mind this one, but I understand what people are saying too about it being the same exact as what we previously had, which thank you, I didn't even realize that. But then again, some people did say that they liked how their districts currently are. I don't know about this particular one, so it could be a 50-50 for me on this one.
Commissioner Witches.
As far as carving up counties go, keeping counties whole is not a criteria at all whatsoever. It's, yes, people say that, and yes, it is something that we should potentially take into account. But that should not be something that we're worried about in regards to sticking with our 7 criteria. It's not even part of the contiguous, the compact item, in my opinion. So if we need to contact, or we need to split up a county to get population, that is far more important than keeping a county whole.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Lett.
You know, one suggestion which would accomplish 2 objectives is take the 2 lakeshore townships in Van Buren. And I somebody had mentioned that they were concerned about lakeshore being represented. That would be one way to do that. And that would add some population too, which helps that deficit that we've got in the population. So that's one alternative.
Commissioner Lett.
Well, let's try this. Take St. Joe out. Then go down to townships. And let's go up to the shoreline and take in all of South Haven if this doesn't do it.
Okay. So that's
Commissioner Orton.
There's a little piece of South Haven across the thick blue line there.
Yep. Oh, wow.
okay. Do you want that? That's in another county, if you want.
Yeah, I don't want to split South Haven, even though it looks ugly.
So do put that portion of South Haven in with this district or don't?
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
So let's go back down. And we're 48,000. Zoom out for me a little bit. Okay, let's take let's go up with Keeler, Hartford, and Bangor.
Okay, 39,000 off the ideal.
Okay, put the town Bangor in.
Okay.
And zoom back out for me. Okay, what are we looking at along the 3 townships directly north of the border there that we don't have yet? Let's put those in, please. Yeah, zoom back out for me. All right, so we're roughly 30,000 short. So I will ask the commission, do we want to go north or do we want to go east?
Commissioner Rothorn and then Commissioner Orton.
The way I'm trying to help myself answer that question, Steve, is like I try to characterize each district I'm drawing when I'm practicing. So I feel like we've got a mix. So I would either say stay south along the border because it's a border district I'm trying to draw, or I would sort of say I'm going to go north because I'm creating a shoreline district. And what I mean is I think you've got a little bit of both here. And so I'm not sure how to help you, but that's what I mean. Like that's been useful for me.
Your opinion. I think that's what I asked. Which way do we want to go?
I think you've got both here. That's what I mean. It's like, I think it's a both district. And so I'm not sure I would either stay with the border and take out the.
Zoom back out for me,
Yeah,
please.
that's what I was just going to ask to zoom.
A little further. There. Oh, not that far. I can't see.
What's that little county or township right at where you have that sort of the very top? How many people are in the Van Buren Township that's currently empty? Geneva. Commissioner Orton.
So just for speed, according to the numbers, if you chose Cass, Berrien, and Van Buren all together, you just need to take a couple townships out.
If you were to go back and take the entire county of Van Buren instead of Cass, or Cass.
We can try that.
Sorry, St. Joseph.
So you're talking about putting Van Buren, Cass, and Berrien, and then removing some out of Van Buren. Is that right?
That works mathematically.
Or Cass, because either one is on the edge.
Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Witches.
Yeah, going back to Steve's original question, do we go east or north? I'd avoid going east because Kalamazoo, the numbers on Kalamazoo look like that's one Senate district by itself. So you may get blocked in if you go east. And so I would almost think.
Oh, when I say east, I'm going east off of Cass County. I'm not going north. I agree with you. I don't want to go east off of Van Buren because then we're getting into Kalamazoo with a lot of population.
Correct. Actually, it's a population that's just a little bit over the Senate number that we're trying to match.
I would think we would want to go east off of Cass because it's rural. We've taken in, regardless of whether we've got 2 districts.
Yeah, I
two shoreline and border. you're going to have shoreline and border down there regardless, one way or another.
You made a district out of Kalamazoo County. They give us a bit better picture of what's left to work with in that area, I think.
Well, I also think that you could, I know you don't want to, but I'm just suggesting it. You could fill out the rest of Van Buren County and take off that one township that's closest to Kalamazoo. And you should be pretty close to your numbers. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
Two things. I was just crunching numbers with the actual calculator here, and we can get it down to 120 in the negative, so 120 less than ideal. And keep in mind, going into Kalamazoo County wouldn't be a bad thing to do because of the overwhelming comment that we've received that Kalamazoo and Battle Creek should be together in a Senate district. I can show you which ones to highlight if you want to get down to the negative 120 number, but it's mostly townships in Van Buren. In fact, the remaining townships you would choose would be in Van Buren.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I prefer to defer the conversation to Cynthia. She lives in that area, and I think she could give us the best idea of what we're dealing with.
Who's not here?
Commissioner Orton.
Well, that's a lot of pressure to speak.
Well, since I'm drawing the map,
Yeah.
let's go up, bring me up to townships, back up into Van Buren, take the two on the north and east. So there's 4.
Okay, did you want to put the whole county in and then take away, or do you want to continue to go township by township?
I'll piecemeal it in, take the 2 north and 2 east.
Two north, about 6,000. And about 5,000, the 2 south.
Is Pawpaw, I assume that's the city.
Yeah, it's
Pawpaw is the township and the city.
yeah, the city is encompassed within the township.
It is within?
According to what we're seeing here, the yellow line are the voting precinct lines. So in this case, it's not a separately incorporated city as a census.
Put Pawpaw in.
Okay.
And Waverly? Bloomingdale? Anybody know anything about Gobles? What?
Commissioner Orton.
What do you want to know?
Well, they want to be with Pine Grove or Bloomingdale.
Well, numbers wise, if you're going to stay in Van Buren County, you're going to have to choose almost all the townships except for 2. And the 2 that I think.
You need to take your mask off. I can't hear you.
If you're going to stay in Van Buren Township, you're going to need Van Buren County, you're going to need all but 2 townships. And the 2 that I think most closely associate with Kalamazoo, if that's the direction you're going, would be Antwerp and possibly Almena.
Zoom out.
Yeah, and if you add in Pine Grove and Gobles, I think that's how you say it, it should get you pretty close.
Well, if I head in Antwerp and take out some, I'll be close. Antwerp's too big. What's Antwerp?
Antwerp is
13,000.
Yeah, 13,000. It's got a pretty significant population.
So I'd have to pull out Bloomingdale and Waverly.
That's right. That's about where you'd end up.
But aren't you under right now? You're under by 6,000?
Let's do that. Put in Antwerp, take out Bloomingdale and Waverly.
But that she was saying Antwerp associates with Kalamazoo. So
What?
she said Antwerp and Alameda associate with Kalamazoo.
Specifically,
Matawan.
the town of
Yeah,
Matawan
Matawan.
has, it goes over the border.
I just
It
want you to know
connection.
that when I do things like that, I haven't heard what you say. So I'm having a problem hearing you but that's okay. Well, I'll work on my end.
Yeah, Matawan is highly affiliated with Kalamazoo. And that's what she was saying, that Matawan, Antwerp Township, Matawan, that little town there on the right, and Alameda are more closely affiliated with Kalamazoo. Pine Grove, Gobles, the township to the left, and the one right below it are less affiliated with Kalamazoo.
Okay. We'll
Is that
take
correct,
out.
Commissioner Orton?
We don't want to do that. Well, I agree.
Yes, if you take out Antwerp and you select the 3 townships above, so go up to where Gobles is, then you should be pretty close. Like maybe off by 1,000, I would think.
If you add in Gobles right there
But taking off Antwerp.
and Pine Grove and without Antwerp.
That's what Commissioner Orton was suggesting, take off the
You're
Antwerp.
at 0.97% from my deal.
Okay, that's what you were talking about doing?
That's what Commissioner Orton was suggesting.
And that's what Commissioner Lett asked me to do as well.
Well, the purpose of this exercise was to see if everybody liked this configuration versus my configuration at the start, which was across the border region. So I guess the discussion for the commission, or my question for the commission would be, is this something that we want to consider or go back to my original?
I would consider this one.
Commissioner Orton.
So I wonder if we could see what we did before when we were doing the border counties. I wonder how far we came over, or if we just do not want to look at that.
Did you want to bring that up as a layer or not?
I would like to see it unless others object.
Okay.
Yeah, by bringing it up as a layer, it just lays on top of this. Is that correct?
Yeah, just a
Okay.
moment. I'll see if I can do that.
I think that would be helpful.
Are you asking about what you created weeks ago? Or his earlier #1 district?
You asking me?
Yes, sir. You're talking about the #1.
Well, I think
district?
they're asking for what I put up to start with, which was the 3 counties.
No, I was talking about what we created before.
Right, y'all are talking about 2 different things.
Not
What we created for the southeast region, how
That-
far over did we go for
That's what she's
southeast?
asking.
Right, that's what Commissioner
Oh.
Orton is asking for. She wants
Commissioner
to-
Lett was asking for the district #1 he drew originally, right?
Whatever they want is what I want.
Sounds like collaborative mapping.
pretty sure District 3 on the last, well, I was looking at it, includes St. Joseph and Cass counties.
Okay, I'm going to bring up the layer. Okay, so the outlines in red are the districts from the other time drawing.
Commissioner Orton?
So my comment is, I think we're going to have to redo that district that runs into what we're working on right now anyway, because we've received a lot of public comment about that. And it doesn't look like what the public comment wants it to look like. And the way we're going about things, I'm not sure when we go back to redo that.
Commissioner Ede?
Well, I quite like what Commissioner Lett drew as it stands now with the assistance of the advice from Commissioner Orton. We are definitely gonna have to go back because it goes into that, but I think we're gonna have to go back and do a lot of these many different times going forward. So, I'm sure our mapping consultants here have some sort of way to kind of assess the differences between these different overlays and, help trying to figure out a way to piece them together. So if we can get as many pieces of that puzzle correct, if we get as many of those pieces correct, like how we're doing now, it might make it easier moving forward.
In my opinion, when you look at these two overlays, you guys are going to have to make a decision. There's large areas over land. It's just 100% up to what you guys want to do. And this is, I think you're going to have this anytime as you start finishing up the state, this is going to be fairly frequent.
All right, so I would, seeing no additional comments at this time, Commissioner Lett, I'd hand it back to you. It's your district. You can draw it as you see fit. So which one do you want to go with? This district or the initial one you drew? And if you're happy with it, you can move on. Otherwise, you can continue to tinker with it and decide if you want to do something different. But it's, I think, back in your hands at this point.
Well, I don't think I've drawn any that I'm happy with, but this one will be acceptable for now, for me.
Could you provide for the Department of State before Sarah asks you, because I know she's going to, what your thought
Actually,
process?
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Lett provided ample explanation as he was drawing, so I have recorded that. So you may proceed.
All right. We're good at this point? Goodish. Okay. All right. So we are going to move on to Commissioner Orton. So now you get to make the changes you want to make.
Okay, well, so I guess we'll move to District 2. Can you choose Kalamazoo County?
Okay, that's 261.
Okay, so we need to get those two townships, Almena and Antwerp, to the left. I think that'll put us over though.
Yeah, that'll be over. So it's 15,000 over.
Okay. So can you zoom in a little more so I can see the township name? Okay, can you remove Climax and the one under it?
So it's over by 11,500 at this point.
Okay. Remove Brady, please. So I have a question for the commission. Ideally, I think we should get the deviation below 1% on all of them eventually. But we know we're gonna have to make changes, so do you feel like we should try to get it precise now, or is this good enough for now and we move on? Thoughts?
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, to answer your question, I'd say it's good enough for now. I mean, the tolerance is good. It's what, 2.6% over. And going back to my original comment, we have a deficit we got to make up as far as population, and this helps in that respect.
Commissioner Rothorn and then Commissioner Witches.
And I'll just stop. Yeah, I also think it's good enough. What I mean is, I think because we're using the first two criteria.
Commissioner Witches?
Utilizing the first two criteria, but not connecting Battle Creek. Isn't that something that people were talking about a lot about?
Yeah, there's just too much population to put those.
But here we go again in trying to keep counties whole.
I think people were talking about congressional district. But
okay.
Yeah, I mean, my only thought on this one, just something to consider, feel free to say no. That bottom township you have, that's right on the border between the purple and the blue. That has 2,300 people in it. If you wanted to take that out, because it's quite rural, and then you can wrap it down into the two counties below it, St. Joseph County and the, I can't remember what the other one's called. Drawing a blank. One with
Branch.
three rivers in it. Is it Branch?
Yeah, St. Joe, Three Rivers is in St. Joseph County.
Yeah, I mean, just something to consider if you want to bring the population down.
So
that's-
which township are you talking about?
So Prairie Rondi? It's just pretty rural.
Right.
So maybe has more in common with Flowerfield and Park.
Yeah.
And
do
they would
that.
bring your population down just a touch.
Do that, please.
Okay, at this point, I'm just unassigning it. I did not
Yeah.
put it into the District 1.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that gets you below 2%.
Okay, I think we'll stay there for now. And for the reasons, my original idea was to choose all of Kalamazoo County because the population is almost perfect. But since we needed to grab the two townships so they wouldn't be discontiguous, we had to take out those few border rural townships.
All right, we will at this point move on to Commissioner Rothorn with the next district.
Thanks. So John, can you, let's do District 3 and let's start up in Battle Creek. So in that, and we'll stay within the, the county, so to speak, which would be Calhoun County. And so let's select the county. Oh, you can see, we're at 134,000, so we're over. But yeah, let's select the whole county and we'll, what will we do? We'll ask Cynthia.
Did you say that you think you're over? Because it's under.
It's roughly a half a district.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so let's add more, which means my memory is that there was a desire. I think I want to go east towards Jackson, and we're looking at 130. So that would be all of Jackson County. And we would be over, and then I would take, so let's select all of Jackson County and remove the eastern 3 townships, please, until we can get closer to the population we want. Actually, I'm looking at, Okay. So rural, I'm focusing on sort of a more rural district, and not a border district. And that's why I'm staying above in the northern tier of this region. And I'm tempted to go up into the other, like above this region. Can you give me the overlay again from the John, can you give me the overlay for the districts from last time? Yeah, that one. Thank you. I need help distinguishing which, okay, so I guess I've divided.
The red lines are the districts from the other drawing, and then the dotted lines are the county lines. And I took off the regions just because there are a lot of extra lines.
And these are, this is Senate districts. Okay.
That's right.
Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment?
Yeah, MC. I would consider adding the 2 townships to the left of Calhoun County because that includes Climax, and I believe they're associated more with Battle Creek.
Will you do that, please, John? Climax and Waukesha? I'm going to say it's Waukesha.
Commissioner Witches.
I would suggest not including Jackson and going south to the border instead.
Okay, so
to see if we can get population that way.
Okay, yeah, and because I don't like, but I do remember, does anybody else remember public comment that said Jackson and Battle Creek are more similar than Battle Creek and Kalamazoo?
Commissioner Orton.
Again, I think that might have been talking about Congressional, just because there's too much population, but
thank you.
We have seen comments that say Calhoun County with Branch and Hillsdale. Is that what's beside?
Yep, Hillsdale. But with those communities, would Branch and St. Joseph County, would they align with Battle Creek, or would that be, I guess.
Those numbers are helpful, John. Thank you.
I guess we've got limited space, and so to some degree, they might just have to be combined together.
I just brought up the spreadsheet, just pointing out that within the region, it's about 3 Senate districts.
And if there's a town that is related to the border districts, I'm wondering if it's like more like, I wonder if Jackson is more sort of like the town that goes with the border, like where the bigger population is, or is it Battle Creek that's more the town that goes with the border? Whoever wants to comment, I'd appreciate it.
I think the comments that I've read recently listed Jackson with the border.
Commissioner Eid.
So most of the people, I'm reviewing the notes from our Kalamazoo public hearing, and when it comes to Battle Creek being with Kalamazoo, most of those individuals were speaking about it in terms of a congressional district. We do have a few people when talking about Senate districts who say don't include Battle Creek with Kent County up in Grand Rapids, which we haven't done yet. And then we're kind of split as far as the people who think Battle Creek should be with part of Jackson versus more south, as Commissioner Witches was saying. So I think this is just one of those times where we're gonna have to, decide decide which public comment we're gonna go with somehow, or go from there.
Thank you for both of those. Any other thoughts?
I like
Go
to
ahead,
say
Commissioner
something.
Kern.
I think that I know some people up in Battle Creek and Kalamazoo, and they like it pretty much together. Yeah,
And for the Senate district, it's too much population.
it's too much population.
Yeah, too much. And so it's sort of.
Over how much?
Well, there's it's 134,000 in the county. So it's 52,000, almost 53,000 in Battle Creek. And then the city itself, and then we've got the surrounding areas, 10, 20, 30. So we have about 80, 90, almost 90,000 in Battle Creek in the surrounding area, the suburban areas. And then if we go into Kalamazoo, we've got 73. Yeah, if we draw that district, Kalamazoo and Battle Creek together, yeah, I feel like we've got a strong urban corridor, but I think it is a mixed bag. I think we've got people who really see that they're together, that they want to be drawn together. And I think we have people who strongly don't want them, right? Have strong feelings about keeping them separate. So I'm hesitant to, separate or keep them together. But because we've got district number 2 already drawn, John, I'm going to ask you to unselect or unassign Jackson, and let's move sort of down to Branch and St. Joseph. And fill in around 2, and then try to which is a border. Yeah, gosh, but that's Battle Creek. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Assign.
Do you want these two as well?
Yes, please. Yep, to 3. And then we don't quite have enough. So
Commissioner Eid, did you have a comment?
I think this is what you're going to, but if you do what you're doing now with Calhoun, St. Joseph, if you go up to Barry, the population fits. Now you're crossing that regional border, but that also gives a chance for those other southern communities to the right of St. Joseph Township that we did last time to stay on their own as a border community.
Say that one more time, please.
So if you go up to Barry,
So John, can
Above
you,
Kalamazoo or where are you?
okay,
Yeah, above
north of Battle
Above
Creek?
Battle Creek?
Yes, above Battle Creek, the county right above it.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the whole county. Oh, wait a minute.
Of Berry County?
Yeah, if you take all of Berry County, Calhoun County, and St. Joseph, and those 4 districts that are left out of Kalamazoo, the numbers match up.
Okay. Yeah, let's try it.
So you're talking about taking branch out at this point?
Is that what we're doing?
I think that's what Commissioner Eden
Anthony?
was suggesting.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's your map, but you know, what we drew the other day, I believe, had branch with Hillsdale.
Yes.
And the other border communities. So if you took
Yes.
it out, the numbers would work.
Thank you. Yes, I do want to do that because I do want to have Jackson somehow associated with the border communities. And so, yeah, this is helpful. Thank you. And then we're at the population we need. And I may have provided enough detail already. Is that accurate? Cool. So I think we're good. Thanks for helping me out.
All right, are you satisfied with this?
Almost. I'm just going to double check to make sure I didn't draw exactly the same sort of Senate district as before.
And at this point, you've accounted for the vast majority of the region, with the exception of Branch County.
I am satisfied. Are we good to stop or for the region or?
So Department of State, has he stated his rationale for you?
Yes, he provided sufficient explanation. Thank you.
Okay, so that means it moves on to me, but I have no idea what to do with this because I've got 44,000 people and that's no way to make that a district.
Well, but the point is that, you know, you were looking at this as a region and you went out of the region to get Berry County and then you took Branch in another way. So you could stop here and, you know, just say you've accounted for 3 Senate districts and stop there if you wanted to.
And it is accounted for in other, you know, draft maps that we have.
It is what? I'm sorry?
That particular county, Branch County, is accounted for, you know, just looking at the overlay. It's not that it's, you know, unassigned, so to speak. We have, you know, drafted something that includes that county. So if you wanted to stop and not draw it, it seems like it's okay.
Yeah, but the other district like significantly overlaps what we have. So I don't feel like that's a great solution either.
Do you want more information before you start drawing, or do you feel like you have enough information to try to?
No, I just don't like this map at all. I think it kind of,
Yeah.
I don't think it makes any sense. Okay, so I'm gonna work with District 3 and I'm gonna change some things.
Okay.
So I probably can we just make a duplicate or a clone?
Okay, one moment.
I'm okay if you want to just change
No,
this one.
let's just
too.
make a clone.
Okay.
It's just easier. All right, can you zoom in? to Calhoun a little bit so I can see it a little closer.
Yeah, one moment.
Okay, so I want to grab grab Branch County below. And then I'm going to take some stuff off Calhoun.
You want to leave Barry in for now or take Barry out?
Let's leave Barry for now, but I want to, in Calhoun, I want to take off a 3x4 grid of townships. Does that make sense? Yep, 3x4, 3x4. There you go. Oops.
Sorry, I'm selecting the county
That's
layout.
okay. I've done that myself.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm 12,000 over. So can we go up to Branch? And I want you to take off the upper left. So Middleville, top, Thornapple, take off Thornapple.
Just for reference, we're in Barry, not Branch.
I'm sorry. I'm going the wrong way. All right. And I would just leave it there. That way we're not blocked in on that lower part. How much is in that top county? What is the name of the county again? Barron?
Barry.
Barry.
Manilow.
It's 68,000 approximately.
68,000, okay.
Sorry, 62.
Can you select for me the population that I unselected from Calhoun? I'm just wondering how close to 62 it is. I know you can do like the select box and it'll show you in the corner how much the selection is. Commissioner Witches.
What if you take another township off of Barry? Keeping it as it is, when you took what's the top left, I can't, hold on, let me see the name, let me zoom in real quick. Thornapple. If you take off Irving as well, I wonder if you'd be pretty close.
Are we,
It was 20,000 people.
this 20,000? So if we add that in, we'd have to take more off of Barry, or I keep calling it the wrong name. I'm sorry. All these people are probably.
No,
saying-
it's Barry.
It's Barry, okay.
Branches of the south.
So why don't we fill out the rest of Calhoun and then let's only go up a bit into Barry County and see if we can make that work maybe a little better. Because we already have Jackson assigned on our prior maps.
Well, if you keep Branch in like you've done,
Mhm.
and if you take all of Barry out as a starting point, you might only
Okay,
need a
let's
few
do that. Yeah.
townships. So at this point, you're only down 14,000. You could look at balancing it out with the two other districts. If you took one of these, or you take some here or.
Yeah,
wherever
so
you like.
Kalamazoo is over by 4 right now.
It's over by 4,000, yeah.
I feel like that's so populated though, but let's see what we can do. Brady, We already have Brady, pavilion above is,
If you
so
want.
let's pull pavilion.
Okay, instead of Schoolcraft.
Commissioner Orton, any comments on pavilion versus schoolcraft?
My feeling is that Schoolcraft associates with Portage
Okay,
a lot.
but pavilion, I'm guessing is a little more
I'm
rural.
unfamiliar with Pavilion.
Let's move pavilion. And we can possibly do Charleston as well, but let's see where we're at.
Okay, so at this point, yeah, there you are. Let me see.
8,000 under. So can you scroll up a little bit so I can, or zoom out so I can get a better feel? So I'm over by 3%. So can I see the
Sorry,
township?
you're under by 3%.
I'm under by, so I need, yep. But I don't want to take any more from Kalamazoo. So let's look above Battle Creek, the townships above Battle Creek. So I'm under by 8. So we could grab Johnson and Hickory Corners. No, wait, I'm looking at different names than you have. I have township or, so
All three of those?
Assyria and Jonestown.
So all three of those?
Yeah, I would, let's just grab all 3 and let's see what numbers we come up with. All right, that's really close. All right, I'm gonna stop there. And again, the basis for that is I'm trying to align the population as close as possible, keeping, while not eating away from other districts that we've already tentatively drawn. So that's kind of my thought process there. Any comments? Commissioner Ede.
Actually, never mind. I'm good.
You're just being dramatic. All right. Well, if there are no other comments, that actually tentatively completes our Senate map. Does everybody like that maybe a little better? Because we're not leaving that district by itself at the bottom. All right, so that's our draft Senate map. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I want to go back to what we originally talked about starting from a blank map and starting from an existing map. See, we can get ourselves in a lot of trouble. For example, the county next to Hillsdale, if we use that in a previous map, now we've got this big conflict that we're going to have to go back and resolve. And it's almost like starting over in my mind. I yield to MC.
Commissioner Rothorn.
I think we'll have more information though, because we're still drawing with just the first 2 criteria. We'll have 3, 4, 5, like we'll have more information. I think that'll help us resolve the conflicts in a way that's more appropriate, Doug. So I hear what you're saying, but I think we still have just limited information and we're still, getting used to it and practicing, but we'll be able to resolve it better and with more appropriate.
All right, guys. So we were supposed to take a recess at 12 or 2:30. We're 15 minutes ahead on our schedule. Do you want to start the house map or do we want to just take our recess now? And I think that is probably a logical break so we can shift gears in our heads. So unless there are objections, I propose that we start our recess now and come back at 2:30. All right, hearing no objections, let's take a recess. We'll come back at 2:30 and we will start with the house maps for the same region at 2:30. Thank you, everybody.
Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:34 PM. Will Michigan Department of State staff please call the roll?
Hello, commissioners. Please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location while you say present. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present.
Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present.
Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner, Richard Weiss,
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township in Saginaw, Michigan.
Justin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to our vice chair to continue discussion of our draft mapping.
Thank you very much. All right, so we are going to be starting with the house maps at this point for the Southwest region. And I believe we are starting with Commissioner Vallette. So please indicate whether you want to start with a blank map or whether you want to start with one of the ones we worked with the other day, and feel free to direct Kent as to where to draw the lines.
A blank map is like, there's nothing, and then the other one has what we've already done.
Yes. So the draft map, we have two draft maps for the house at this point, one that is the Upper Peninsula region, northeast, northwest, and another one that is the southeast region that we worked on previously. Or you could just start with an entirely new blank map, which is what our one of our experts recommended. The other said start with a partially drawn map. So you can do whatever you choose. We'll leave it up to you.
So what is this on the screen right now? Is it a blank map?
Is this a blank house map or is this just
This is a totally blank house map, nothing up there. I did it because I just brought it up because that's the way we started the last session. And I have the previous outline of the districts available to turn on and off like we did last time.
Okay.
If you want to use them as a reference.
So is there an advantage of doing one over the other?
Not so much. I do think, like here's the southeast right here. I'll turn that on. And, there's the outline of
In the red.
in the red. So you can start with a blank map and just have that sitting there when you want to glance at it. Or we can start with the previous districts and add and change them or do whatever you
Okay.
desire.
Well, then I'll start with this blank map.
Okay.
So I guess I'll start at the border with Branch
Okay.
and Hillsdale
Okay.
and Lenawee.
That right there is almost a house district in and of itself. We're doing house districts now. And it's only 91,000 people.
Oh, okay.
and remember, we're doing the Southwest region, so the western side of the state.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
We're doing the Southwest region.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said southeast because it's.
I thought you might have misheard or misunderstood what I said, so that's why I was repeating it.
The Southwest region includes Branch. That it was also done, Branch was included
Okay.
when they did the Southeast. So however you want to do it.
Why? Why? Oh, okay. Well, I guess I thought that the red was the regions that we were doing.
No, Blue is the, let me clear it up a little bit. I'm going to turn off the previous districts. What you're looking at in blue are the regions, and we were doing number 3, Calhoun, Branch, St. Joseph, Kalamazoo, Van Buren.
Okay, so we're starting with the southwest,
Correct.
right? Okay. So, I'll take Branch.
Okay.
Commissioner Ede?
Thank you. Keep in mind, though, that these lines are, you don't need to stick to them.
Pretend.
Yeah, they're pretend. If you want to do what you did originally and put Branch with Hillsdale, if that works for you as a Senate district, as a House district, then, you can. You're not locked into these
Okay.
lines.
Thank you.
And for what it's worth, Janice, the Branch Hillsdale is the current current House district as it stands right now. So that is how the House district is drawn. That's number 58. It is Branch and Hillsdale.
Well, if I take St. Joseph, that puts me over, right? Right.
Yes, by roughly 14,000 people.
So I'll take Hillsdale instead of St. Joseph.
Okay. And that district is 1.1% under ideal, or 1,000 people.
Well, I guess I'll stop there.
Commissioner Villette, can you provide an explanation for why you started where you started and why you joined up these two areas?
Well, at first I was looking at the population, trying to get as close to the 91,612. And then I was trying to be contiguous. So the two went together. And that's it, population and being compact.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any comments or discussions? Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, excuse me, I'm looking at Hillsdale County. That's in the southeast region, but you've combined it over to the southwest as well. What was the rationale on that? Yeah, numbers.
Numbers, population. Do you have do you know something that I don't know that Hillsdale wants to be with Jackson or?
Yeah, well, my assumption is, without looking at the map, when we did the southeast region, we included Hillsdale in another house seat. So my approach would have been to try to keep in the southwest, one of the southwest counties somehow.
I'd like to bring to the commissioner's attention that these red lines are the map done for the southeast.
So she basically
So-
just redrew a district we already drew?
So you're saying both of those counties are in the southeast?
No, I'm saying when the southeast was drawn, one of the commissioners chose to put Branch with Hillsdale.
Yeah.
When southeast was done.
Okay, all right. I yield back.
All right, next on our list, Commissioner Wagner is unavailable today, so we will move on to Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. All right. I'm thinking I'd like to continue with this map. And I believe I would like to take all of St. Joseph County.
60,000.
And then that takes me obviously to about 61. So it looks like I'm going to go, I think, to Cass County and take at least maybe the first 4 townships.
First four township, first
Yes,
four
sir.
townships of what county?
Of Cass. Just the first four.
Half of it, okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, half.
Let me get that unassigned, get right on it. Does that represent what you wanted to do?
We have to take off about half of those, go from my first county to the left to first. Yeah, there you go, right there.
Take those three off?
Yeah, no, you got it now. It didn't show up on my computer till just now. So what I'd like you to do now is add, let's see, we're about 30,000.
You're roughly 23,000 short.
Yeah, 22. Yeah. All right, let's add the next four straight across.
These
down.
four, right?
Yes, sir.
Mason, Calvin, Penn, Valenia.
Yes.
That will add 7,600.
All right, then can you move it over a little, Eric, so I can see what the next counties are, please? Thank you. All right, we need 15. 6. Try the next Wayne, LaGrange, and Jefferson, and what's the bottom one? I can't quite read it. Just had my eyes done, so I'm not seeing too good.
Those four localities, townships add up to 15,857, which is put you right at ideal, within a few hundred.
Yeah, let's try that.
So that puts you at 0.68% over, or 622 people.
Yeah, I think I'd like to stay with that because we have a little minus on the previous district. So this will take some of that down, make it a little closer in population for the two. So I think I'll stay there. Any comments from anybody else now?
Commissioner Weiss, can you provide any additional explanation of your district?
Well, I kind of believe if we do too many blank maps, we might create more work down the road. So I decided to take the existing map and add to it, and trying to keep our population as close as possible without breaking up, too many of the districts, even though it looks like I had to break up a county.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Just for the record, Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Curry both gave you thumbs up, and I also think this is a nice looking district. So we will move on to the next person. Commissioner Clark, it is your turn. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Witches, I skipped right over you. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I guess we can select the remaining balance of Cass County. And then I would like to work on the lake shore. So the entire bottom of, what's that county called? Correct. Yep.
Commissioner Orton, go ahead.
There's a strange little part
Of Niles,
of
that's
Niles,
green. Yeah.
I think there's also some discontiguous parts around Dowagiac.
There is a couple little pieces, I guess, that were part of the remainder of LaGrange and Wayne townships.
Let's adjust those after the fact, I suppose. Square it up. I just want to continue getting the population out along the lake shore. So if you could zoom out for me, please.
Excuse me, I can't. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, if you could zoom out for me, I'll deal with those in a minute.
Okay.
Let's select the next layer of townships above Okay,
That will add approximately 71,000 to your 20. Actually, that will make it an ideal district.
all right, so let's grab, was it Pipestone? Can't read it. Yeah, let's grab the Pipestone Township.
Okay. You're now over approximately 2,400 people.
Over. Well. Yeah, let's, wait a minute, let's do this. Let's take Silver Creek and Pipestone off. Let's just add Silver Creek and we'll call it good at that.
You're gonna add in Silver Creek?
Yep. There we go.
That's right at 284 without fixing the little stray pieces.
That should be fine. And then we can adjust those to just whichever one surrounds the pieces the most.
Sure.
Go ahead and add those
I
two.
missed a little bit here.
We can add those two areas into 4. Niles and.
Yeah, see how they kind of got.
Part of the airport.
Yes, let me go ahead and get those now.
Commissioner Witches, while they're addressing those incontiguities, could you provide an explanation for your district?
I sure can. So I wanted to start working on the actual lake shore. However, I had to move west from the district that was just drawn by Commissioner Weiss, as I didn't want to create a pocket of townships that would just be a straight line. So moving west, grabbing as much of the lake shore as we possibly could in this particular district, so that the hope is moving up north at this particular point would be a lot easier and getting to the exact population that we need.
At this point, Commissioner, we have around the town of Dowagiac. We have pieces of 2 and broken up within. You have pieces of 4 kind of into.
All right, so let's block 4029 and block 4022, just do a switch on those.
I'm gonna put this in 4. But all of this in 2?
Correct. And we can add block, yeah, that block, the one below it, 4051 and 4087, we can add that to 4.
4087 to 4?
Yep.
Forty 51.
Yep, to 4, and then the one above that to District 4 as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we have these pieces in and around.
We'll take 4024 and 5029 and add them to District 4 as well. believe that there's a big jut out of block 5.
I'd like to
1,000.
note
So we'll
that-
keep that as it is. And we can keep that block as it is as well too.
Is that it?
Yep,
You want to leave it just like this?
works for me.
Okay.
And then the rationale for those changes were just to fix discontinuity errors. And I will call that a day for that district right now.
We have one more little piece here. It appears that this area in here was part of 2, and now 2 is low. Did I misassign some area in some way?
I don't believe so. We can add that one little green piece though to District 4 since it's surrounded by it on all sides. But I'm not sure where the big change came that would have.
Did we move much out of 2 into 4? Is that where we did?
It doesn't look like it because we started at number, region 4, district 4 rather, with 284 over, and now we're just 330. So not much change, but yeah, there was a significant decrease in 2. It's strange.
I'm wondering if it was just those little blocks around the city. Like, even though they were small blocks, maybe they're densely populated.
Well, we could just try adding, since 2 got a little out of whack, let's just try adding a few townships to the north of District 2 to see if we can get population to come back into where we want it to be.
And I think what it is we were under like a little under 5%. So I think we just had a couple hundred variants, but it's the difference is.
So let's take Decatur and Porter
Decatur
townships.
and Porter.
And that should get it closer.
Yes. I skipped district number 3 inadvertently.
Yeah.
We'll do 3 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or next.
All right. So is that good, Dustin? Okay. All right. Now we will move on to Commissioner Clark for District 3, because we jumped over District 3.
Okay, let's take a look at, if you could zoom in on Kalamazoo area. I want to take a look at that. We get the precincts so we can get the numbers. Can we get what it says 73,000 and some in the 22,000 and some together? Okay, I'm gonna somehow reduce this around 4,000. And we get the numbers at a level below this, please. Correct. Can you scroll up a little? Oh, down, I'm sorry, down.
Okay.
Yeah.
This area?
Correct. Let's take the 2 precincts that are in the lower left-hand corner. and unassign those.
Puts you within 879.
Okay. Let me ask somebody that's familiar with Kalamazoo, is it logical to take the southwest corner? Or is there another area that would be better to take? Don't know. No. Okay, let's leave it like this.
Clark, can you provide any additional explanation?
Yeah, I wanted to get the Kalamazoo area as intact as possible and eliminated to the precincts that are down in the southwest corner of the Kalamazoo area to make the numbers match. Could we go back to the precincts for all of Kalamazoo? I want to look at the upper left-hand corner. What's the numbers on that white spot?
$1,926.
What would happen if we added that? Would we still be in tolerance?
2% is approximately 1,800 plus people. Well, 18,000.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I'm sorry, 2% is 1,800 people. So you'd be adding in a little over 2%.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's add that. Try to keep Kalamazoo intact.
Commissioner Orton? Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
when you chose just the city of Kalamazoo, it didn't choose Parchment right there because that's not part of the city. So you took out part of the actual city and then put in something that isn't actually part of the city.
Yeah, that yellow area is Parchment City. It's not Kalamazoo.
So you think we're in line doing it this way?
Well, however you want to do it, but I just think you added in something that isn't part of
That's not part of the
Kalamazoo.
city.
And you
Okay.
took away some.
Let's leave it as is the Kent. Okay.
All right, you leaving it as
Yeah,
is?
you got what you need, sir? Documentation.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, we are on to Commissioner Curry.
Okay. Let's see where we are. Lane, get over there. I need to see more of the western part of the map. Okay. Can you put the numbers on too for me? Can you add the numbers on it too, please? Okay, and I need 91,000. Let me play with this for a minute. Let me have Lincoln. Beg your pardon?
The region is in navy blue.
The region that's in what?
Is the navy blue line.
Okay. Navy blue. I don't see any navy blue up yet. Okay. So you got, can you bring this down? Well, that's okay. Okay. I'm in right here. Okay.
We can start anywhere and add, change it, move it back and forth, whatever you'd like to do. You don't have to
Okay.
figure it out all out to start.
Can't hear you.
I said, we can just start with one and add and move and
Right.
it can move around. You don't have to figure it all out at once.
Okay. Give me Lincoln,
Lincoln,
Royalton, St. Joseph. Is that 2 St. Josephs?
yes,
Give me both of them.
got all of it.
Give me Benton Harbor. Or is that a city? Can I get Benton Harbor?
That'll bring you to 6. It brings it to 61,000.
Okay, let's keep going. Give me, might as well put sodas on there, sodas. And Hagar.
Hagar.
Mhm.
So
Sodas
that's-
and Hagar.
That's only gonna add about 5,000.
I need 5,000 more.
You need 25,000 more.
Okay. Okay. 25,000 more. Give, I'm gonna take Pipestone, Bainbridge, Coloma.
And the town, I suppose.
I can't hear you.
All of Coloma.
Okay, that's good. I mean, can I do that? Can I take the town as well?
Yes,
Okay.
Coloma, yes.
Okay, so how many, I'm short, how many
You can be short 13,000.
Okay, all right, okay. Give me Keeler, Hartford, both the Hartfords,
Both the Hartfords.
Waterless, Waterliet, whatever that. That should be it. What did I do?
That puts you at 1.52% under.
I'm still short?
No, ma'am.
No, I ain't short.
You're under 1,300 people, but you're at 1.52%.
Can I be under 1,300? Or can I can just pick up Hamilton.
Yes, you can.
And I'll be pretty even. That's perfect, almost.
And that puts you 24 people under the ideal.
Good job, Juanita.
All right.
Commissioner Curry, can you provide an explanation for your district here?
Yeah, I was trying to get as population as close to the total population as possible for the what is that district? And also it's contiguous. You're welcome.
All right. Any comments, questions about what Commissioner Curry has done? Commissioner Rothorn?
I like it a great deal, Juanita. And if we're going to draw if we're going to try to do a a coastal region, this would be the time to try it. And so going up from Paw Paw towards South Haven to see how that looks could be the right time to do it, but and take away Hartford and Keeler. But again, I think what you've got looks good. So I don't think you have to do it. It's just, if we're going to try to do those coastal regions, now's the time.
All right, are we good, Commissioner Clary? Okay, all right, moving on to Commissioner Eid.
So for the House districts, I did have that Lakeshore community in mind. But the one that I would draw runs from South Haven all the way down to the border, which cuts into what Commissioner Curry drew and what Commissioner Witches drew. So I believe we could do that and keep those districts mostly the same, just adding population here and there to them for the more inland parts of them. But it would kind of mess up both of those two. So do you guys think that that is something we could do for these lakeshore communities, or should I start somewhere else?
Make sure you're raising your hand so I can call on you so you can turn on your mic so we can hear you. Because I'm hearing a bunch of rumblings, but I'm sure our interpreter is going crazy right now because she doesn't know who's talking. Anyone have any comments? Turn your microphone on, Commissioner Curry.
Yeah, I got you. It's time for me to go home because I'm getting silly. It just seems like we shouldn't try to mess up anything. Let's try to keep it going. Commissioner Eid.
Commissioner Orton.
But we did hear a lot of people wanting Lakeshore together. So you could make a copy maybe and make a district and see what it looks like.
Okay, let's do that then. Let's make a copy and
There's now a copy we saved, so we can continue editing this.
okay, so let's make a number 6 then.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to do this in a way where it doesn't completely mess up the other two, numbers 4 and 5, and then we can add more to those to make up for the population lost from the shoreline communities. So let's start with South Haven.
And Covert. Is that appropriate?
Yes, and Covert.
Commissioner Clark.
Just an observation. If you took Hager or township away and added Lawrence on the other end to what Juanita had done,
Yeah,
her population balances, and then you accomplish your objective.
Exactly. Okay, so let's take Hager.
Okay.
Yeah, and Benton Harbor, the township of St. Joseph and the city of St. Joseph. Lincoln. And then those two to the right of it as well, for the river. And then Bridgman and Lake. And going more south. Let's connect it all the way down to the border. So let's take right there. And then New Buffalo Township and New Buffalo County.
That gets you at minus 2.31. Is there more?
Yes, must have missed one somewhere.
Higher?
Yeah, higher. Did we get to the right of Hager?
Coloma?
Yeah, Coloma. But to the left of that river, that's over there.
Right, like here?
Mhm.
That area?
Exactly.
Okay. And now you're over approximately 4,000, 4.44.
Now we're over.
We're over 4,402, 4.8%. 5 is down 73,000, 4 is down 12,000.
So what do you guys think we can remove from this Lakeshore district to add into one of the other two to get the population back up to where it needs to be?
I'm not sure if I know exactly, but I'm looking at the river, and because we've heard so much about, watersheds, I'm just wondering if there's a way to, add 4 and 5 and try to, keep the something similar to the watershed or that resembles the watershed. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but yeah.
So wait, where are you talking about?
Can you scroll, zoom out a little bit so we can see the top? There we go. Thank you.
Anthony, I'm looking at 4 and 5, and I'm not sure that Watervliet, and Buchanan, Niles have much in common. I do know that Dowagiac and Niles are, on a rail line, that makes a lot of sense to keep them together, but I don't know that I have anything for you. Sorry.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, Anthony, what if you went north up the lake shore? What's the population look like up there?
Well, there's too much right now in there. We have to take out some.
I'm sorry.
There's too much population
Too
right now.
much.
Yeah, we have to take out about 5,000.
But 5 and 4 are way under too. Because 4 is under by 12,000 and now 5 is under by 91,000.
So
we
5
got-
can probably be fixed by adding to it what's around there. But I'm not sure about 4.
Commissioner Orton. Well,
Excuse me, let me recover what I just did. I did an undo, which removed Coloma. I'm just going to put it back like it was.
So this doesn't help the problem of overpopulation, but I think there's a little part of South Haven that's up above the line.
Now we're back
Or
to,
did it get it? No.
I mean, I personally would take Coloma off myself. Coloma is like a small town, kind of rural, some industry, a little bit, but like maybe take off Coloma in the actual city and leave that upper precinct. If you want to leave any part of it.
Let's try it. Well, do we want to add it to 5 in that case?
Well,
since
yeah,
it's
'cause
connected?
you'd have
So,
to add
let's-
it to
Let's do
5.
that. Let's add it to 5.
this lower section here of Coloma, put in 5.
Yep.
By precinct, or
Well, you could probably just do the whole thing. I mean,
if you do the whole thing, you're removing, I'm just saying 6,400, so then you'll be 2,000 low. But we'll do it right now.
Yeah, just do it by parts then.
Do it by what?
Parts then, so do precincts. So Coloma, the city, and then the precinct that's immediately around it. And see where we're at.
It would be that area.
Yep.
Six is ideal or close to it. And
So I guess the first thing we should think about is, do we like this Lakeshore District? Because if we do, we can then add to 4 and add to 5 to make both of those work. Or do we want to go back to what was drawn before?
Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Clark.
I guess my only thought is, how far do you consider the lakeshore to go inland? Is it only the one township, or is it the first 2 or 3 townships of the county that are to the east of Lake Michigan? One township going up all the way seems a little weak to me, because I'm going to guess that most people that are living in the 2 or 3 townships over from the lake have the same points of view about the lake, and they consider themselves to be part of the lake shore. Now, 5 or 6 townships in may be a little bit of a stretch. Keep in mind that majority of the townships are 6 mile by 6 mile square. So each one adds 6 miles in whenever you want to make the educated guess on when the definition of lake shore would end.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I want to add on to what Dustin just said. You know, we've got, if we accept this, we've got one Lake Shore District, House District. We did another one last week. We did the Leelanau Traverse City, which is Lake Shore as well. That's 2. And if you're not going to get the whole length of the lake, but if you take the next populated area, which is probably Muskegon, and make it the 3rd, I think we satisfy as best as we can the comments from the public regarding having Lake Shore represented.
Commissioner Rothorn.
These are excellent questions. And I'm wondering, Commissioner Lang, you were trying for a minute to try to do Lakeshore districts too. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Honestly, I would think that it would go over a little bit farther. The narrow strip, I'm not feeling it, but that's just my opinion. I think on the lines of what Dustin was saying, that just townships, even though they're not directly on the lake, I think they might still identify with the issues of the lake, as Dustin said.
Do we have Commissioner Wagner on now? I can't hear you.
She has joined the meeting,
Okay.
but we're still working to get her connected to audio.
Okay.
So whenever she joins, I'll prompt her to disclose her location.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw her for the first time and I was like, oh, there's Commissioner Wagner. All right. Any other comments? I mean, my feeling is our ability to draw these house districts is going to depend on the population. And I think in this lower region of Michigan, it tends to be a little bit more populous. And so you're getting this very narrow district, which I don't know necessarily makes a lot of sense. But I think when we move farther up the coastline, especially once you're getting to Holland and Grand Haven and Ludington, the populations are lower and we could probably create a district that's a little more robust looking and still meet those populations and pull a couple townships in. So I think the problem here is, and maybe you could solve it, by making this district a little wider or expanding 4 back out how it was, and then doing a separate 6 starting above Benton Harbor or at Benton Harbor. But I just think it's just a function of the population in this area, like Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, because it's so close to Chicago, it tends to have a little more population than you do farther up the coast.
This is Sarah Reinhardt with the Department of State. Commissioner Wagner is present in the meeting. Commissioner Wagner, can you disclose your physical location by stating the county, city, or township and state from which you are joining the meeting?
I can do that. I am attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lett.
Now, on the 6 that Commissioner Ede has drawn, proposed, I mean, if you look at it, it looks like stair steps going up the coastline. It looks like a snake. It doesn't present well, number one. More importantly, I think we may have a Voting Rights Act or a racial profile voting problem or issue with St. Joe, Benton Harbor area, which is in there. And if that proves to be true, then there's a question of what are we trying to do by just taking a very narrow strip up that side. So I think those are my comments. Whether or not they're prove out to be true, I don't know.
Okay, how about we go back to what we were, to the copy then, and we can move on from there.
Do you still have a comment, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, the only comment I have is, based on what Steve said, we've got a customer, not a customer, but a citizen requirement that's been pretty significant up against the lakeshore that we're trying to resolve. So I don't know if it looks like a snake or not, but it's not the normal type of district configuration you may want. But it satisfies a requirement that we're getting helps satisfy a requirement that we're getting from the citizens.
Shall I
Yeah,
go
let's
back to
just
version?
scrap this and go back.
I'm referring to version 1. Okay. I saved that, so if we need to come back to it, we shall. So here's version 1 that we worked on before Commissioner Eads.
Okay, so let's get that South Haven area.
Was our District 2 originally that over? Yeah, 2 is over by 6,000. I don't remember it being over that much before. It was. Okay. Okay, all right. Commissioner Kellum is reminding me that we left it that way on purpose, so it was just a question. So carry on, Commissioner Ede.
Yeah,
Start at the
let's
South
try
Haven.
to fill in the rest of that county and see what happens.
That right there, 60,000, and that fills out the county.
Okay, let's assign that. Now, since District 2 is a little bit over, do we want to take off portions of Porter and Decanter Township to try to even that out a little bit?
That would remove 6,143 from District 2, which would make District 2 ideal or close.
Okay, let's do that.
District 2 is 0.63% high. District 6 still needs approximately 25,000 people.
Okay, so this gives us two choices. We could either go north above the region line that we've set and get more more lakeshore communities in there, or we could go east into the Kalamazoo area that's left unassigned.
I'm separating the color of 2 and 3, 2 and
Thank you.
6.
Thank you for doing that. I was just going to ask you the same thing.
So repeat, I'm sorry, Kalamazoo.
Well, I was saying it leaves two choices. We could either go north to get more of the lakeshore communities that border Lake Michigan, or we could go east to get more of the communities around the city of Kalamazoo.
The township right next to your eastern border there, Doherty's Corners, has about 23,000. Yeah, right there. Whatever. Ashtama. Commissioner Orton.
If you go north, then it satisfies two things that we've heard a lot of, which is Lakeshore and Van Buren and Allegan want to be together.
Well, and if we do that, it might let us put the areas around the city of Kalamazoo into their own as well, which I would assume that they would have less in common with the Lakeshore than Allegan County would. So let's do that. Let's take some of Allegan. Let's move up.
Casco, Ganges. It's 5,000.
Okay, let's move up to Saugatuck. And then let's also do, so let's assign those.
Excuse me?
Assign those, please.
Yes. That leaves you approximately 13,843 short
Okay, so let's take the counties to the right of what we just drew.
this area.
Mhm.
That area is 10,922.
Okay, and then let's just take that county on the border right there. Yep,
Cheshire.
Cheshire.
That puts you at approximately 710 people light, 0.78%.
Can we zoom out to see the whole thing? I'm wondering what my fellow commissioners think of this. It sprawls a little bit, but you have the lake shores in there, or at least more of the lake shore than the city.
Commissioner Witches, sorry.
My only suggestion would be it goes a little too far east, in my opinion. I feel like we could work with the lakeshore a little bit more, take those potential 8 or 9 townships from Bloomingdale down south and see if you can work north.
I don't really want to go into the Holland area at this point.
No.
Because Holland's
Yeah.
kind of its
Mhm.
own thing. Being Holland, you have a high Polish community, you have a whole Dutch, yeah, I'm sorry, Dutch community, thank you. And a like a completely different community of interest. So that's why I didn't go that far north.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I do like the district. It's just a thought I had, but I like it.
Okay, I'm good.
All right, Commissioner Kellum, it's going to go to you, but I think, did you do your explanation yet? Because you did one and then you redrew it, and so I don't know, maybe you should do it again.
So the explanation or the rationale is to maximize the lakeshore community of interest while still making population work and not going into the areas around the city of Kalamazoo.
Thank you. Commissioner, Department of State, did you have a comment? No. Commissioner Kellum, your turn.
Okay, can we reset the area so that I can see what's what? So with that little
Lower?
chunk. No, that's fine. I can see what's happening. You can zoom in a little bit. Okay, so I'm very collaborative, so you all definitely jump in. Don't sit there and be silent because I want input from folks that are familiar with the area, and I'm not married on any idea that I have, so don't feel like you have to be super polite. I'm not like that. Can we start? No, I'm not. It's just, it's insane. We can just talk as a group. So what'd you say? Say it again. I didn't hear you. Oh. Oh, well, I don't, yeah. Zoom out again. I'm sorry. Zoom out one more time. Okay. Can we just start against District 6 then? What we've done for 6?
7.
Yeah, but start against. That's what I'm saying. So Prairie. What is that? Prairie Round? Prairie Rind?
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if Kalamazoo wants to be nestled in the way that I'm about to nestle them in, but oh well. Texas. Ashtamo. What is that? Alamo? I can't see the letter.
Yes.
A-L-A, okay. Portage and Schoolcraft.
Portage and Schoolcraft. I'm sorry. That'll be close. We have a voting precinct that has been wrapped around. That's over by 14,000, and we've created a little hole, donut hole is what it's referred to.
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
There's a donut hole on the edge of Kalamazoo, Portage, and you're 14,000 people over.
Okay, let's undo Portage. Whatever created that donut hole, undo it.
Well,
Commissioner
Rothorn.
I was going to say if you take away Alamo up at the top left corner, I think you've got sort of the southern suburbs, southwest suburbs, and that makes sense in my head.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take away Alamo.
And now you're 10,000 over.
You could pull Schoolcraft as well.
Basically, I was going to say undo the last 3 suggestions I had. I went too fast.
And then fill your donut hole and see where you're at.
And really, these do need to go either to 7 or 3 to repair it. Pick those up or not? That's 2,000 in this voting precinct, 1,858 in this, and I suspect those are census blocks, so.
And I can't select that. Okay. I need to either, what's the 1858? Can you select that?
That's election.
No, I'll be over. Never mind. No, I'm not saying what is, like, what does it stand for? But Commissioner Clark, come talk to me.
Yeah, I will. The donut hole he's talking about is about 4,000 people. If we added that into 3, I know we'd be over on 3. I don't know if it'd be under the 5%. But that keeps Kalamazoo County almost intact.
If we added that to 3?
That's a suggestion, Brittany.
To add it to 3?
It's gonna get added to 3, or it's gonna get added to the one you're working on.
I think it should be added to 3.
See what happens with
Yeah.
3. We add it there. Yeah, it's too much. Well, take them, there's a piece that.
The
that's
2000,
down. Yeah, see,
that
let's
one?
subtract that. And see where
Yeah.
we're at.
What is?
Are we looking at this?
Water?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what
Yes.
he was talking about.
Oh, yeah, it is contiguous.
Yeah.
It has there's no population in that piece,
Okay. Wow.
handful of
That was
people.
just an idea to do that. Help you out. Okay, I'd reverse it back. Yeah, I'd put it back, Kent, to where it was.
You wanted to go back?
Yes, undo it, yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Commissioner Clark.
Shall I put that area in 7?
Yes. It's gonna be a mess.
So with that adjustment, 7 is now 4,900 people high, or 5.4%
Can we take some, are there some townships that we could like zoom in and
That
extract?
bottom one next to Schoolcraft is 2,300 people.
Say it again.
The bottom Prairie
Yeah,
Grande,
okay.
2,300.
You can unassign that.
And that makes the 7th district 2,600 high, or 2.84% high.
So if you look up top too, Ashtimo, you see that kind of puzzle piece one looking at the top. There's 1,600 people in that precinct. So scroll out a little more. Yep.
I appreciate you. I don't have my software up and running like you all, so I can't zoom in.
So
This
just
is
above
all
Doherty's
eyeball.
corners, that little jig-jag part. Yeah,
This
see
part?
that 1,600, 1,678. So over to the left, right there. Yep, that right there.
Unassign that?
Do you want to?
Mhm.
And that gets you down.
District 7 is a mere 922 high.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, before you did that, I didn't see any problem personally with having a deviation of 2.6%. And then it keeps the rest of that county intact as well.
I understand what you're saying. I thought similarly, but I just feel like, and I know that we can go back. My personal feeling is that I just don't want to create a situation where we're constantly having to go back and just going along with the nice deviations that we've created so far in this mapping session. But I don't know. That's just my rough draft thought on it. Commissioner Rothorn.
I think I'm supporting, I like what you did because I do think it's a suburban district. And I think there's voting mentalities that feel like they're good. And I think the precincts that are highlighted, those are the orange ones, right? Ken, what we're seeing on the screen there,
Yes, sir. They're the voting precincts.
when those voting precincts are tighter, I think that tells us right they're more suburban. And so I feel like this is not bad. And so taking away that upper one, even though it separates the township, it seems like there's different parts of that township to more suburban and less suburban. So
Yeah, I like, so far, unless I hear something else, I'm okay with what I'm looking at visually because it keeps in with the population. I think that I used the word nestled originally, and I kind of wanted that to happen around Kalamazoo. So, yeah, Vice Chair Zatella.
Yeah, I just want to highlight again that keeping townships together is not one of our 7 constitutional criteria. So we keep going back to that, but that is not one of our criteria. We have to consider township boundaries, but there is no requirement that we keep things together. And as it is right now, throughout this state, there are voting election managers who are perfectly capable of handling different precincts, having different ballots, and they will, just because we couldn't keep all the townships together if we wanted to.
At this time, I did a check for discontiguities, and it found an unassigned, well, not unassigned, but a zero population block from District 7 inside of District 3 right here in the airport area.
Okay.
We need to fix that. You can assign that block. You assign this block here, block number 2036 to 7, or we can assign 2037 to District 3.
Assign it to District 3.
Okay, now it's nice and clean.
Ta-da! Yes, Department of State, Sarah.
Yes, Commissioner Kellum, could you provide any additional explanation of your district?
I knew you were going to ask me that, and I was sitting here trying to think of something extra other than what I said. The contiguous piece population, and I believe that what I've drawn 7 creates an opportunity for those close to the Kalamazoo area. It provides Kalamazoo the opportunity to keep its shape, but it provides those close, as I agree with Commissioner Rothorn, for voting purposes. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner Lett.
What is that little
Blur.
outlier at the top?
Parchment, that area, that little blip.
It says Westworld on mine.
Oh. I take back what I said, though. I'm looking at the screen and it says
No,
parchment.
not there. Over, it sticks into the west side, that.
That is part of District 3. It is a
Commissioner, which is, I think you left that.
it's
hanging
part
out,
of
right?
it.
Yep.
It's part of precinct, this precinct here. I'll blink it and you'll see. That's all one precinct.
Okay.
Okay. Any other thoughts, or before we move on to the next commissioner? Commissioner Orton, please.
Well, there is one other little part on the southeast corner of 3. of District 3. Just that little square where there's a,
Oh, that green square.
I think it is contiguous because it has a teeny little line, but I don't like it.
It almost
I
looks-
believe that's the part of the Kalamazoo Township. We shall check right now. It is. That is part of a township.
I think we should do something about it.
Are those voting docks? What is those little slits? That's what it looks like. Or are those buildings? What does that icon mean when you zoom in like that? What do those stand for? Like a subdivision? What?
I'm gonna look right now. Just need to do it correctly.
Okay, yeah, houses.
That looks like homes. That looks like a neighborhood.
Yeah, it looks like a subdivision.
This neighborhood is part of this township. This neighborhood is part of this township.
I like the idea of assigning that 3 to 7.
I'm sorry, MC, what did you say? That orange square, are you saying put that in 7?
Yeah, to make it more sort of that it'd be a gray peninsula, next to the right of the airport, instead of having just that number, that little block of 3, that orange square taken. Yeah, I'd like to Yeah,
That
to
in
make it,
7?
yeah, add that to
Okay.
7.
Can we add that to 7, please?
Love to.
Mhm. And thank you, Commissioner Orton, for flagging that.
I feel better now.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on. So Commissioner Lang is next.
Can you scroll out a little bit more for me, please?
Yes, ma'am. Which way do we want to go?
Just make it, okay, right about there, just so I can get an overview. Okay. Okay. Scroll in for me now. Let's start with Prairie Ronde, I think is how you would say it in Schoolcraft.
Okay.
And Brady and Wicshama.
Okay.
Pavilion and Climax.
Okay.
Okay. Can we move it in just a little bit so I can see to the east?
To the east.
Yes. Okay, and then make it a little smaller for me so I can get an overview. Sorry to be so bossy.
That's fine.
Okay, let's take in Athens, Burlington, Newton, and Leroy.
Is that your choice there? Did you include Newton?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay. I want to keep heading east. So Fredonia, Tecumseh.
You need 54,000 more people.
Okay, taking all the rest of the east there.
That block right there is less than 10,000.
Right, right.
We need 44 more,
Okay.
44,000 more.
Okay, let's scroll back to the west.
As soon as it assigns, I will.
Okay. Can you go just a little bit to the east so I can see the numbers in the corner? Oh, to the east. Your little block with the number thing is blocking my view.
That?
Yeah, your little population box there. Yes, that's blocking my view of the ones.
Great. Sorry about that.
Fine.
Is that okay? Or can you see what you need to see?
I need it more towards the west so I can see the whole region. Okay, I may have to redo this. Make it a little bigger. And now we're going to start, gosh, that's going to look horrible. We're going to start up in the top west corner of it. That's empty. I can't read that. What? Yes.
Charleston, Galesburg, Comstock,
I can't read it. Yes, right there where you had.
right in here. Okay.
No. The Ella, I can't read.
This area?
Yes, please.
Alamo.
Thank you.
And we've made a little hole here. That's a voting precinct.
Take that hole.
Okay.
Okay, once it processes, do the one next to it.
I included Richlands. Is that correct? We need to get, do you want
Parchment, yes.
get
and
that piece of
Richland.
parchment?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, Richland and Comstock, please.
That'll add 23,000 and you need 27,000.
Holy moly. Okay, Galesburg has got to be in there. So it's.
That puts you at 1.43% low or 1,308% people below ideal.
Okay, and there's no little townships that have that amount that would be contiguous, I'm assuming.
Commissioner Orton?
Rhonda, I think Richland Township and Ross Township, as well as those on both sides of Galesburg, really associate more with each other. So maybe you could add those in and take some of them that are clear to the east off.
Okay, add Ross and Charleston.
Okay.
And take off Albion and Homer, please.
Alamo and Cooper.
No, Albion and Homer.
Okay, yes, I got them. Okay, now you're at 1.5% high.
Eckford and Clarendon, the next two.
Eckford,
And Clarendon.
yes. And that puts you 1.12% low or 1,022 people below ideal.
1,000. Add Clarendon back on, please. That would put it just a little over, correct?
Yes. Now you're 159 people high.
That works for me.
Any comments or questions for Commissioner Lang? Commissioner Rothorn?
No, I think it's good. Thumbs up.
I think it's good too. Yeah. All right, Commissioner Lang, can you state your rationale?
It's hard when you get down to a certain area. Basically, they all look like they would be fairly rural and they're all contiguous. That's the main thing, was keeping it all together.
Thank you. All right, looks like we're going to move on to Commissioner Lett with District 9.
Scroll it to the left or to the west. Move the map to the west. Hey, let's stake in Battle Creek. Springfield and Bedford. Penfield and Emmett.
You need approximately 3,800 people to reach the ideal deviation.
Let's assign those.
Excuse me?
Assign those, please.
They are.
Okay.
Just a moment. Where'd he go?
It just reconnected all of a sudden.
This one drive. It's the
Guess it didn't like
disconnect.
Where's your Wi-Fi? Here we go.
Yep.
Yeah. Kicked me right out.
Yeah.
Get to me 3 times a day.
I saw it. It fussed at me earlier.
Yeah.
Go ahead, hit those. Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so now you should be able to.
Yep. Where were we?
I don't know. Now I'm trying to get rid of something, so.
District 9 needs 3,876 people to be ideal.
Okay. I want to take out Penfield, add in Marshall Township and Marshall City.
Your district is now 2,678 people short of ideal.
Well, that really doesn't work because I know that Battle Creek and Penfield Township are pretty close together, right? Put Penfield back in.
Commissioner Lett.
I'm thinking, oh, I'm
Oh.
thinking,
I was just going to offer if you wanted to just take a portion of Marshall, meaning Convis, and then a portion of the, like the western half of Marshall, rather than all 3,000, from the township, you could leave the sort of the eastern half of that township around the city of Marshall and just take a portion of the township, maybe just the voting precinct to try to get your, Convis and that portion of the Marshall Township to get your numbers out.
well, here's the problem that I have with that. And one of the things that we heard repeatedly was don't split townships.
I'd like to bring to the commissioner's attention that there's only one precinct in that township. It's that right there.
Commissioner Clark.
One of the things that caught my attention was get rid of the Marshall and the precinct Marshall was in.
You got to speak into the mic, Doug.
Outside the
microphone, please.
Commissioner Clark, don't you say one more thing.
I'm sorry.
Speaking to the mic.
One of the thoughts I had was,
Okay.
I'm looking at the map and talking and I'm away from the mic. Delete Marshall and the precinct Marshall's in. And I'm sorry, delete those two and then go north and get the three counties that are just outside the region. Like Berry, Johnstone, Sila. Yeah, yeah, Syria. So that's adding 7,000 and you're subtracting, yeah, you're subtracting 10,000. That may not work.
Zoom out, please.
Have you considered dropping Marshall and Marshall City and then adding in Convis and Lee? You'll take off 10, you'll add back on, you'll be 4 under, and then you'll add back on 2,500, and that'll get you pretty close.
We can try that. Take out Marshall in the city.
Commissioner E, did you have a comment?
Just that that's pretty much how it is on the current House map. It's Battle Creek, Bedford, all the way to Covis and Lee.
Commissioner Lett, did you ask me to unassign Marshall and Marshall?
Marshall and Marshall City.
you're 3,876 people below ideal, or minus 4.23%.
Yes.
You put in Covis and Lee.
At this point, you're 1.43% below ideal.
Okay. I'm good.
I think that's good. Any comments? Commissioner Clark?
It looks to me like we just boxed ourselves in.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you've got room to go around it.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
No.
If I'd gone over another one, it would have looked worse.
Yeah, I can't remember what we did in that one county to the north, coming outside Lansing.
I'll zoom in, please. on
At this
9,
point
zoom
right
in.
here,
Yeah, the one that's got Charlotte in it.
north.
It's north though. Yeah, north. Yep.
Where do we want to zoom in?
That's right, that's good. That's good. Nope, you were good.
All right, rationale, Commissioner Lett?
What?
Rationale?
Hold on. We may unrationale it. There could be some rationale for going north.
No, my point was, I think we already did that when we did that region. We used.
Did we
used
already
those
use the
precincts?
Johnstown and Assyria before? Do you know?
I don't believe so. We haven't gone above Bedford, Penfield.
Can you bring up a shape file from the previous house?
Oh, previously, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Like we've been paying attention to it anyway.
Steve, what if we,
So the red lines are what was previously done,
Okay,
and nothing's been done in this area. That's South Central. So maybe I should add that rather than southeast. Okay, yeah. So this has been assigned as part of the South Central.
Commissioner Clark.
you turn yourself off.
what if we took out everything we've done so far and started at the bottom of that county and worked our way up so that we can, if we need a plus or a minus, we can use the counties to the north or the precincts to the north. So use the precincts that are in the white and that we haven't touched and start from the bottom up and see if that'll work.
For 9, you're talking about, or you're talking about?
For 9, yes.
Okay.
So I'm not clear. You want him to scratch 9 that he drew and start with an entirely new one? Or what are you asking him to do?
Yeah, I was thinking if we go from the bottom up, we won't lock ourselves in. Then we got the northern precincts to work with, just a thought.
Well,
I don't see how you're locked in though, because we have the entire east side is open and the entire north side is open. You've got a whole bunch of area to move through. There's no one, that blue line isn't locking us into anything. It's
No,
just a
but on
region.
previous maps, we've used those precincts.
however, I think zoom in so I can tell you what to do. I was thinking of doing that anyway. Okay, take out I want to take out Clovis and Lee and put in Assyria and Johnstown.
You're 1.04% high, or 957 people.
No, we're not locked into anything. So now we're not locked into anything. That's where I want to be.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Orton, we will hand off District
Does
10.
Sarah want more explanation? Okay. Basically, I'm looking at the population of Battle Creek and the surrounding areas. Though I don't believe we were locked in on going to the east along the top row of townships. I think we give ourselves better opportunities with Marshall and the other townships by taking it to the north with a more rural above Battle Creek, going towards Hastings, which obviously will be coming down. So that was, and obviously to get the population number right, close. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Orton.
Okay, let's start with Homer Township down at the bottom.
District 10,
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, start with what?
Homer down at the bottom, the
Yep.
lowest unassigned one, yeah.
Okay,
And let's try taking the rest of that county and see how much it is.
I'm just waiting to see what happens here. Not sure where we're at, or what it's doing.
Kent, can I ask you to move the matrix just down a little tick so we can see the selection?
I'd like, yes, I was trying to,
Oh, but that's
nothing's
not
happening.
okay. Thank you.
That's what I was, yeah, not sure. So, don't know. Caught up, I suppose. Okay, so District 10 is still needs 60,000 people.
Okay, can you zoom in on Marshall? I think there might be a few.
Yes, I saw that. And there is two pieces.
Okay, assign those please to 10.
Put those in 10.
Commissioner Orton, I'm going to call you the catcher.
Okay,
Okay, and then I think we're gonna go to the east.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So do that line of 4 townships to the east,
To the east.
straight up and down.
It gives you 10,000 more people. Need approximately 50,000.
Okay, one more row.
That's 18,000. That's going to leave you about 32,000 more people.
Okay, can you zoom out so I can see? Okay, I'm not quite sure what to do because I know we worked on everything to the north.
I'm wondering if it's because it's around the Charlotte area, if Commissioner Wagner has any input.
Is Commissioner Wagner, do you have any input about going to the north?
I don't see how close it is based on where we are now. If you can pan in a little, I think that yeah, Olivet, Bellevue, and Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, we're all pretty close to each other. So, how far are you? Oh,
So you're
about what?
saying if we add some, we
40,000.
should add all?
Pretty much. I mean, Bellevue is only, honestly, Cynthia, you're only about 25 minutes away from me. So, and Eaton Rapids is 5 minutes to my east.
Okay, so Kent,
I would,
go ahead.
I would say if you're going to add to the north, if you're going to capture Bellevue and Olivet, you need to capture Charlotte and Eaton Rapids.
Okay, let's see how it will work if we take Bellevue and then all the townships to the right, including Hamlin. I can't hear.
I'm sorry, you need 20,000 more people.
Okay, so take Carmel and the village of Charlotte or town, whatever it is, and Eaton Rapids Township and town.
That is 37,000. That puts you approximately 6,000 high.
High.
when it
Okay, can you
finishes.
zoom out? Okay, zoom. Yeah, there we go. Okay, how? Let me see.
You're approximately 5,000 high.
Commissioner Rothorn?
I'm thinking Hanover and Spring Arbor associate more with Jackson. So if you take those out.
Spring Arbor.
Spring Arbor is like 8,000
Hanover.
people though.
Those two together are roughly 12,000.
Okay, take out Spring Arbor.
That puts you at 3,463 low, or 3.78% low.
Okay, let's go back up north a little bit. Okay, so Commissioner Wagner, do you think Calamo, I'm not sure how to say that, or Onondaga, which
I would try Calamo with Onondaga.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I would try Calamo with Onondaga, but I think that's good. You're going to be a little high that way.
Oh, okay.
Then that would put you about 1,500 high, maybe.
Yeah. Well, put Onondaga, please, Kent.
Together, they're 4,762. Onondaga,
Yeah.
347.
just a moment, let me catch back up with myself. That puts you 466 people below the ideal population, district population.
Okay. I'm good with that unless somebody thinks we really need to add in the other township, and then it would be a bit over.
Any questions or comments for Commissioner Wagner? Or Commissioner Orton? I'm thinking Commissioner Wagner because it's her area. All right, if you're happy with that, I think you can state your justification.
Okay. So I was trying to finish out the region we're working on and just had to move it out a little bit for population and taking into account what Commissioner Wagner said about the communities that need to be together. That's why we went in that direction.
All right, that looks good. So we have concluded mapping our draft maps for the Southwest region for both the Senate and the House. So at this time, I will hand the baton back to our chair, Brittany Callum.
Thank you, Vice Chair Zatella. Good job, commissioners. I hope that you all feel a little celebratory. I see Commissioner Rothorn gave a little raise the roof from side to side. So with that, we will continue to item 7 on our agenda, approval of minutes, but there are none to approve at this time. And so that leaves us with staff reports. And at this time, there is no staff report from the executive director, general counsel, or communications and outreach director. So we are at Michigan Department of State updates. Are there any updates at this time?
No updates.
Okay, and there are no updates from the Michigan Department of State staff. Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with the written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It is my understanding that there are no future agenda items to share at this time. So are there any announcements? And at this time, there doesn't seem to be any announcements. So as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, a second made by Commissioner Curry. All in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the meeting is adjourned at 4:28 p.m. Thank you so much, commissioners.